Doing my last check here, so let's get started in 3, 2, 1, go. Even though I don't have any equipment shopping to do, I still want to go into town here and get some spells right off the bat. These will help quite a lot for defense. Do I want more than one protect? I'm going to start with my black magic spells. I'm pretty sure I only want to get one of those. We're going to get fire for both of the red mages. So we'll have that ready. I guess we go deal with you. And 350 left. Yeah, let's do some cures. And probably protects. So much cash. We'll see if this idea pays off. My other option was to go and get like a couple of sleeping bags and have those for HP recovery. I probably should have gotten that, given that there is going to be a lot of early game pain. I'm so used to doing with the equipment menu. I didn't do the change to text speed because that's together with when I go and set this at the same time. So there we go. We do have starter gear. Unlike NES Final Fantasy, you start off with knives and cloth armor. So really nothing special, but at least a little bit of attack power and defense. Just a really, really tiny amount. There we go. We can afford one sleeping bag. Hey, Super Player Star, welcome in. Advice on a casual playthrough of Final Fantasy II NES. My biggest advice would be to make sure that you get a good collection of spells before you move on to each next area. Like, never go past where you have like purchased everything you can possibly get, and that way you are not having to backtrack to go and get something that's vital. Gonna work on imps. Imps seem like they're less intimidating than most other monsters here. Imps have ridiculously low attack power, and even with that they still are gonna hurt quite a bit. Taking advantage of the red mages having actually decent accuracy at the start. They have a lot of agility. Ooh, the ambush not so good. I think we have enough HP to survive this. And at that point we will be level 2, because this will be more than 10 imps. We have failed to kill an imp. That is a sad day. Even Dan can kill imps. You gotta feel bad to do worse than Dan. Hey, and remember, welcome in. That's right, we can only use items that we find around in the world. So right now I've got just my starter gear. We do have some spells, and that's helpful. But I barely earn any money at all fighting stuff here. So it's really difficult to even get items. Like, all I did was focus very heavily on spells at the start. I'm hoping that will carry me through here. Who missed an imp? I'm not going to point them out. I'm just going to say that Dan did not miss the imp. Dan was a darling. Yeah, if we couldn't buy items as well, then I think we would have an additional problem just staying alive in a lot of sections. But I can still buy ethers, I can still buy potions. Phoenix Downs are going to be great. That saves me quite a lot of hassle with trying to keep everybody alive through battles. Ooh, a Grimp. Should be able to kill him pretty quickly. Only one Grimp is not too scary, and he gives me actually 3 imps worth of experience. There's our first bonus dungeon that we cannot go into. The reason I made the bonus dungeons off limits is because they do have generally very good items, and they're all found in treasure chests. So you couldn't quickly get them, but like once you got past Lich, I bet you could find a couple things in those first couple of dungeons that would make it very smooth sailing from there. Hey, glad you're enjoying the bonus runs, or I guess the challenge runs, Pleasant. They're fun to do as well, because they're totally different mindset-wise than a lot of the speedrun ideas that I've got. Like, you have to do much more creativity and just kind of thinking about how you deal with the game as a puzzle, as opposed to having, like, pretty much everything pre-mapped out. Luckily, Spider has got terrible eyesight and could not spot us. I feel like I want one more level before fighting Garland. 2 experience. I think we can get 2 experience from something. Yeah, go ahead, DM them. Wow, that's a lot of damage. Skeleton's very scary. Excellent. Huey got a strong level up as well. We'll all sleep together in the burrito. It looks very much like a burrito. I know they're going for a sleeping bag, and there are sleeping bags that do look like that. But I think it looks more like a food item than a piece of camping gear, to be honest. Hello, Garland. We have sent some completely inadequately prepared warriors to go fight you. Have at them. Fire not doing as much damage as I had hoped. Fighter with the knife is not bad, though. Let's, I guess, go for a protect. Yeah, if we can get that damage value down quite a bit, then I'll worry less about the Garland hits. I mean, cheers out. If you don't think it looks like some kind of burrito, tell me what it does look like. I can only think of food. It's either a burrito or like a chalupa or something. Like, definitely a roll. It might be an egg roll. But egg rolls usually don't have an opening on the end. They have like the closed end where it's tucked around. So I wasn't going to go for egg roll right off the bat. Ooh, critical. Right, just wear Garland down. We got him. A croissant also kind of has like a lot of folds in it. If you've ever seen how croissants are made, it's like a ridiculous amount of preparation time because you're just folding the dough over and over again. You see that in kind of the layers. It's why it's got that really kind of flaky and disintegrating texture to it as you bite into one. The outside kind of looks like that. The end, though, looks a little bit different. JDS1469, thank you much for the subscription there. Glad to see that you're enjoying the stream, and I hope that Out of Bounds Bet does bring you luck in the future. Well, thank you very much, and happy lurking. We just went ahead and got our princess, our bridge, and our musical instrument. Luckily, we're able to get the loot as a item given to us, and we do not need to buy it in a shop. These guys are always so energetic. If we could steal their hammers, that might be an upgrade over the knives we have right now. But I think in this version, it looks like they just hit the bridge with their bare hands. In GBA, you kind of see hammers, and it might just be the low resolution. Those are also their hands. But I feel like they didn't give them like tools or anything, which is probably why the bridge is taking so long. Okay, what are our options? 384 gil here. I've got pretty much every spell I think I would want to get from Coneria. So I would like to have, yeah, a little bit of sleeping bag recovery. Some antidotes. I guess we can afford 2 potions there. The no equipment bridge building challenge. That sounds pretty hardcore. I mean, if you can build a bridge with your bare hands, that's a very respectable capability that you've got. I would not know how to do that. Alright, Dan slightly rocked. He's fine, though. Yeah, let's drop a sleeping bag. Probably should have done an in-trip instead of buying that last sleeping bag, to be honest. I would rather have my MP back, but this does save us a little bit of time over going to visit the animation scene. I mean, the thing is that doesn't look like a very big water crossing, but maybe the scale is just really throwing me off. I could imagine like a rope bridge. Just like throw some rope across, walk over it, and then like you're done. Like that's a bridge to me. But that may not be the scale that they're intending. See, Matoya, I don't really need the heal potion and the antidote because we can buy items. So I don't think going up there for a detour is worth it. Ooh, that's gonna hurt. That hurts. So much pain. Luckily, we're really fast because we're not weighed down with any gear. Well, there goes Yui. Your service will probably be forgotten here. I have 19 gills, so I can't revive him. The rest of you, though, I guess the tent's actually my best choice because I have to go fight the pirates now. This is gonna hurt. I might go for the pirates, and if we die on the pirate battle, then I'll be able to try the walk again, and hopefully my red mage won't die. Please don't hurt us, Vicky. Alright, so start off with some protects. We don't do enough damage with the red mage to one-shot them. Oh boy, this is bad. Alright, so kind of a slaughter, it looks like. I think we'll have a different strategy the next time I do this. Which is get the protects up first. Then go for offense. Dan's got this. Dan doesn't have this. Hey, Jack, welcome in. I thought Dan had it. I was wrong. Well, as long as Chris goes first every round, we may be able to whittle the pirates down very slowly over time. Okay, that should get my fighter in pretty good shape now. Could maybe squeak out a heal on the red mage if we get lucky. At least the damage... Oh, criticaled. I was gonna say, at least the damage per round was going down. And they snuck that critical in. Hey, Rename, welcome in. Thanks for the good wishes. We need the good wishes. This is not going to be an easy challenge. I can't believe we were going to beat the pirates. I was really not very confident at the start of that battle. But we did it. Big level ups on the fighter and red mage there, which I still don't think he's gotten a strong level up yet. A little bit concerning. Okay, can I afford to revive people? It's pretty expensive to do revives in this version of the game. 80 apiece. All right. We can at least do that. I guess we'll resurrect Dan. Dan does every once in a while have something useful. Now, I am planning to farm 15 puzzles for a while so that I can actually beat the wizards and beat Astos. I'm basically going to do this as if this is going to be the 4 white mages. Because from all practical perspectives, we probably are doing about as much damage with our weapons as 4 white mages would. And we actually have the same armor that they would. And I really, really hope this is going to work out. Let's go ahead and save just in case I mess up the puzzle somehow. Alright, so what I want to do for 15 puzzles here... Thinking about what place to get in these. I think I want a lot of 3rd place finishes. Because that'll get me the fangs that I want. But 3rd place, you have to do a lot of waiting for. So I think a better strategy is to put like a couple down at slightly faster times. Yeah, there we go. Just over 30 seconds. So now we can get 3rd places at 1 minute. Great. So now we'll just start counting down, starting with 1 minute, and then getting slightly faster every time we do it until we have, ideally, I think 5 fangs. I forget if we need 5 or 6 based on what we saw from the 4 white mages playthrough. So just let this chill out here for a little while. So what does everybody think of this challenge in terms of where you think the hardest part's going to be? I think the hardest part is probably going to be like the Earth Cave section. Like before that, assuming I get all these fangs, then I'll have a kind of a clear path for how I do Marsh Cave. It's going to be like rough getting through the dungeon, but I can beat the monsters in there. 9, there we go. Red Fang. All right, we got 1 Fang down. Tiamat, we might be using some Bane Swords. I mean, by the time we get to Tiamat, actually, I'll have Giant's Gloves, I'll have Haste, I'll have Temper. So I can actually kind of do a fairly conventional strategy on Tiamat, but we could also get the Bane Sword and try that. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Cockatrice's Claw, well, that is not going to help us. Cockatrice's Claw is Petrification, which I don't think I've ever really used the Petrification and Paralysis items. I'm trying to think about monsters where they might ever be helpful. A lot of the time that you've got those, they simply just don't have very many opportunities to be used on difficult monsters, but maybe tonight we'll come up with something. Mummies will take me up to like level... I mean, I could probably go to like 14 or 15 on mummies if I really wanted to grind on them. But it's tough getting much more than that. I think that if we have that level, it's going to be difficult just like running through Earth Cave with how much damage things can do. But killing things probably is not going to be that hard. 5, 6, 7. Spider Silk, slow. Also, I can't really think of a good use for that. A lot of these, they'd work very effectively on like single weak monsters, but those are not really the challenge. It's always the bosses that you have to worry about. This will be our 56-second playthrough. So far we've gotten one Fang. So I've got a red Fang. That'll be towards Astos. I would like to have blue Fangs for the wizards, because that's lit too. I think one blue Fang might kill wizards for the white mage. I don't know if everybody else can do that as well. Vampire Fang, that is not a damage-dealing Fang. That is a single-target paralysis. Actually, that might be multi-target paralysis. All I know is it's not worth a lot of cash. Magic will definitely be a big thing in the early game. You have to be very much aggressively oriented with your spells, but it requires level 9, which is why I have to get Fangs for right now. Level 9 is where I can get Fire 2 or Lit 2, and at that point, from there until like 15, I've got a really clear idea of how to progress on. 3, 4, let's do 55. Cockatrice's Claw. So we're still sitting there at one Fang right now. Next up is going to be our 54-second completion. Feels weird waiting for this long in these, but you really have to have a buffer for how many it takes to get the right number of Fangs. In fact, I will probably start saving once I get down below 50, just to make sure I can fit all of the playthroughs in. 3, 4... Red Fang! Alright, 2 Red Fangs now. That'll be a big chunk of Astos. Astos I'm kind of worried about a little bit less, since I can use Silence with Dan. I won't have multiple tries per round, but we'll just re-roll it until it works first try, and then protect away, just like we do with the 4 white mages route. Ooh, can I slip a low 54 in here? Maybe I should try to start doing 2 completions per second. 9, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's pretty close to it. Cockatrice's Claw. Well, that's one that is going to be way far away. Move my 5 all the way across that diagonal. There is a lot of variability in the puzzles depending on how they get their initial random generation. Like sometimes you'll have very small movements in order to start getting those top couple rows lined up. And other times you've got to like take the pieces all the way across the entire screen. So this is our 53-second completion. We're still sitting at 2 fangs here, 2 red fangs. 0, 1, 2, 3. Blue fang. Excellent. So now we've got 1 blue fang for the wizards. I have seen blue fangs do enough damage that it would only take 1 fang to kill them. But you would need to get the right person throwing that fang. A lot of the trouble with the wizards is that they're going to be basically killing 1 person per attack. And that means your party is going to get decimated very quickly. So now on to our 52-second completion. Hoping for another blue fang. On Astos, it's slightly better to have white fangs because they do higher base damage. But really, I'll take anything to make that fight go faster. I'm assuming I will have to do mute. So I'm not going to go for pure fang damage. I saw a Phoenix Down in there, which will be definitely helpful. We'll be using lots of Phoenix Downs tonight. This will be 51 seconds for this one. Let's go for a high 51. Oops. Went for a high 50 instead. Not what I want. We'll do low 50 this time. Blue curtain. Oops. Also exited out. Actually, that's a good chance to save. We've got 3 fangs so far. I also got a blue curtain, which means I technically don't need to get null frost. So I could use the curtain instead. How useful will monster drops be? I am not going to rely on any monster drops, because the odds of a particular encounter giving you an item drop are not good enough to like grind on and actually try to repeat. But what I will do is look out for some common ones. Zombie D is probably going to be a great one to try to get, since that would be a Mega Elixir. And having another one of those is going to be really helpful for a couple of battles. Alright, red curtain. So we do have fire resistance as well. Red curtain I don't really ever see good uses for. I think the difficulty with making those really work out is that by the time you start getting a lot of fire-breathing monsters, generally you're far enough in the game that you're going to have a lot more HP, and at least some gear has been found by that point that gives you fire resistance. Trying to think if there's any bosses I could really save scum. I mean, most of the early game weapons are actually not that much of a big deal. Like, you'll be 1 tier ahead, and The boost is going to be very short-lived for being able to get any real benefit out of that. Like, maybe this is going to be a surprise, but one of perhaps like the best boss drops is Carrie's Golden Apple, because that is a permanent 10 HP boost. That's a small amount, but you can kind of dump it on somebody that really needs the hit points at that point in time. Hey, Soldier Hawk, welcome in. By punching things to death, we are not going to be punching because we do not have any black belts, and so our fists are going to be very poor weapons. You do start off with knives, which is the worst weapon in the game. You also start off with cloth armor, so you've got 1 absorb, and that's really all your resources are going to be for a pretty long time. After we get the Mystic Key, there is a whole lot of equipment sitting around that's actually pretty good. So that'll be like the first time I actually get anything useful in terms of items. That's part of the reason why you want to sprint to it as fast as you can. I want to get all these fangs to make that achievable. Hey, Brusky, welcome in. So this should be 47 now. Starting to run a little bit short in terms of time available, but I do have 3 fangs. It's a good start. I've done so many of these puzzle completions, they're all starting to blur together about where my pieces are. It's a very odd feeling. Five and 6. Blue fang. All right, we've got 4 fangs now. I'm feeling really good about this. If I get 1 more fang, I'll be happy. If I don't get 1 more fang, I'm hoping I at least can get some items that will sell for some cash, because we need to buy spells and we need to buy items to be able to make it through this marsh cave stretch. Five, 6. Oops. I already did 6. 45 is next. Need to do a 45. At least the ether is somewhat useful. Alright, so those are actually already in place. Yeah, they do have you a little bit nicer off with starting equipment, and also 500 gold, which is more gold than you have in the NES version. And the prices are lower, so you can actually get a pretty good complement of spells with the start that we had. I got Fire, Dia, Cure, and Protect. There we go. Blue curtain again. Trying to think if any of these would be really helpful for money, and I don't think I can remember anything besides like the rare Phoenix Downer too, that sells for a lot of cash. I'm glad the 15 puzzle music is not too jarring, because you do have to hear it a lot when you're doing things like this. White curtain. Only if you get some more fangs. Again, I think we'll be okay with 4 fangs. I just want more to get a much faster time on Astos and on the wizards if possible. We'll definitely fang the wizards. And the question really is, do we have enough fangs left over to kill Astos? Or do we have to do the silence and protect strats to get him? 2, 3. There's a red fang. All right. If I ever finished the puzzle too early, I don't remember a time, but somebody has said they saw it once. Certainly, I played it enough times that I'm sure it has happened at one point, even if I don't remember when it did. And yeah, farming for money is something that you would need to get more levels to work with in this version of the game. White Fang! Alright, now I feel good. I think we got our fangs. How many more left do we have that we can fit in here? Do 41, 40, and then at that point you probably don't have much more room left. One cockatrice claw in there. Alright, we'll wind this down. I think we're about hitting diminishing returns now on 15 puzzle playthroughs. So I feel like we did some good work here. We got a pretty good set of resources for the next stretch coming up. Okay, there's one Mega Elixir. Do I want to go for another Mega Elixir? Nah, I probably don't need it. I don't need it. I think the one Mega Elixir for the first place is going to be good enough for cash here. Just to be safe, I'm going to go to the item shop to sell it. Normally I'd be selling this at the weapon shop, but I don't want to accidentally buy anything. Okay, let's go ahead, clean out this inventory. Ideally, I don't sell the Mega Elixir, but I almost certainly have to. And gold needles can go away for right now. We'll buy those back later. Hermes shoes I want to keep for Lich. Cockatrice claws can go. Spider silk can go. Echo grass. Eye drops. Vampire fang. Red curtain can go. Blue curtains can go. If I hang on to the white curtain, it saves me the null frost. Oh, and for questions about the prizes, first place is a Mega Elixir, which is initially 30 seconds, or under 30 seconds. Second place is a variety of items that are generally useful. You can get Phoenix Downs, Elixirs, Turbo Ether. Trying to think what else is in there. The emergency exit is in there, which is normally why I go for the second place. There's about 12 total. And third place are things like the fangs and curtains and lower quality. If you don't get third place, you get like a low value item, like one ether or an antidote or something as your reward. 28.19. I'm gonna see if I can hang on to that Mega Elixir for right now. I've got 2 Phoenix Downs, which is great. Yeah, let's go for it. Hey, everybody, welcome in. Apologize if I missed people while I was doing 15 puzzles. That's a very eyes on the screen type of activity. We've got our fangs. I mean, I theoretically could go and try to take on the wizards right away. It would be immensely difficult, but it's possible. Oh, you guys don't have tempers. I mean, I guess I could still... Nah. We should get tempers before going to Elfland. I don't think it's worth doing it. Even though I don't need temper for this battle, if I can grab experience, like that would have been a great fight if I could do that shark and pick that up. But I'll go ahead and get him now. The reason I don't need tempers for the battles is because we're going to be just doing fangs for everything. You don't have enough levels for temper. Wow. That's uncommon. I bet you don't have enough levels. Actually, no, you do have enough levels for silence. So we can get one silence here. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. I think that'll still be helpful for the Astos battle. So evidently, I need level 4 for Yui to get temper. And since I don't want to come back here, let's go pick it up at this spot down here. If I go down here, this is my spot where I normally get like the Grogers and things in the NES Ogre Battleground section. That is not a Ogre, but we do have fire spells here, and Dia. There we go, level 4. I want to say fire is better than temper because even though it takes both of them casting it, it doesn't matter what turn order I get on that. There we go. Hello. Beep beep. There we go. So now you guys can get temper. I can also pick up silences here. May not be required that I silence Astos because we did get a decent number of fangs at the very end. The initial stretch was pretty slow starting off, but I have fangs now for ideally 3 uses, which I want to say could be enough for Astos. I don't think it would be on GBA. I think they did something with fangs in PSP that made them better. Ooh, that's not good. Let's go. I guess everybody kills him, and Dan tries to run. The problem with this encounter is that the hags are really fast, so running is difficult, and the big eye is going to paralyze. Weird having like almost no armor. Makes those a lot more dangerous. There we go. Okay, Dan still has 5 MP left. If we need to do an emergency cure, we still can. Not what I wanted to see. Well, another monster like Sahags, ridiculously fast, and with no armor. They actually do pose a very significant threat to this party. First big armor pickup. I can get iron armor in Caneria Castle after the Mystic Key is obtained. That's like the first one I get. I get a copper bracelet in Marsh Cave. And we're going to go back to Marsh Cave a second time and get the silver bracelet, which I never get. Because that's my only source of silver bracelets in the game. Okay, 4 potions. I think we want more potions. I think we want a couple tents here. Just enough to get over there and back. Okay, let's get a big stock of 10s. And that takes care of the grind as well. 10 antidotes should be enough. Yeah, we'll just max. Our enemy drops a possibility. They are very uncommon. It's like a 1 in 64 chance. Most enemies do not have a drop that's useful. But the ones that do are generally going to be bosses or rare encounters. So I am not planning for any enemy drops to be needed to do this route. Why does it have to be wolves? Why can't we get something like cotton candy? Or maybe ice cream? Ogre is probably worth trying. I guess defend on you. The equipment farming doesn't really work out. Like, you could beat Garland for a longsword, very rare percentage of the time. But how long would you spend doing that? It's like, probably like a 2-minute fight. And you might have to do it like 40 or 50 times. So we would still be trying to get that longsword off of Garland, most likely. That's kind of what it would be looking like if you wanted to do a playthrough that was relying on equipment drops. 15 puzzle is also something you have to grind for, but the odds of any particular completion giving you something useful are much higher. You get basically like a 1 in 4 chance of a Fang every time you get a 3rd place prize. So I can at least, for the time that I put into it, generally get a lot better return on it. Frostwolves do provide ice shields. That is a true statement. At the same time, I think that is a very dangerous idea for various reasons. Ow. Ow! The double ow. There we go, 1 ogre down. Tyros just drop delicious meat. They don't drop gear, but they are well worth hunting. That should be a level right there. Alright, we're starting at level 6. Level 6 is a guaranteed strong level up. So that would help out Yui and Dan to get it. But it's tough. Like, there's so many dangerous things here that I don't want to push too hard for when we are advancing towards there. Like, that would be fine to get triple creeps when you're doing a normal run. You've got like chainmail armor. With cloth armor, that's way too dangerous. Goblins. I mean, maybe you could do a large pack of Grimps. They don't have a lot of health. But that's probably 3 rounds to take down. Tonight's names were actually suggested by people that were at the stream at the start of it. So they do not have Final Fantasy themes behind them. Got 3 cures left. 2 on Dan, 1 on Chris. Here's 1 ogre down. Right, just defend really hard, everybody. And it looks like we did get level 6. Excellent. All right. This will be an adventure. I want to get the Copper Gauntlet. I want to get the Cottage and the Phoenix down. Those are all pretty close to one another. I'm going to get the Short Sword, which is called Broadsword in this version. That at least give me a better weapon for my fighter. And in time, we could pass that down to the Red Mages. I only have 10 potions to work with, but I think that's going to be enough. I expect we either, like, get away with very little damage or just get absolutely annihilated. There's really nothing in between for a lot of these battles. There's the broadsword. There's our first weapon drop. We got a leather cap in Temple of Fiends. That's the one that gives you 1 absorb rating. So really nothing special. But 1 is better than 0. Copper armlet, and that will replace the fighter's gear for right now. Eventually, we're going to just keep passing that further and further down the line as we get better gear to replace that. The fighter is going to be the easiest person to find stuff for. There's fighter gear located like everywhere. Red mages and white mages, much tougher to get equipment. Here we go, wizard time. 2 wizards, that's not bad. You guys can all defend. You're going to go ahead and Blue Fang. 1 Blue Fang should do it. Perfect. There we go. Crown obtained. That is why the 15 puzzle is worth it. You would need so much grinding to be able to do that with, like, actual attacks. Our fangs are or Aga? They are Ara, so Thundara for the one that I just used right there. Interestingly, it seems like they don't use your intelligence stat because it does more damage than I expect. Maybe they changed it to be Agas in this version of the game, but I'd be kind of surprised with the way that the animations go. Let's see if it actually says anything in the menu here. Yeah, cast Thundara. And Blizzara and Fyra. But it does way more damage than those spells should. So I'm suspicious. Ooh, this could be good. Okay, so we're going to double temper. You're going to defend round 1. Excellent. So now that we've got the better sword here, even with only 1 temper, we still managed to break the 100 HP for the ogre. Everybody defends. Having defense is actually really nice in this version of the game. This is the only version that has it. In all prior versions, you had to do something with your turn every round. You could not pass. The fangs might have a fixed modifier, but it's different than every other item. Like if you use Zeus Gauntlet or Thor Hammer, it's the exact same stat-wise as if you were casting it directly. So it'd be unique for fangs to bypass the intelligence score. Agatron Kasky, welcome in. We are just now getting to our very first try on Astos. And we got a lot of fangs. So I'm hoping this goes well. If anybody dies, I actually want the fighter to die, which is unusual. Almost always it is the white mage that you want to kill off. Let's try this first with fangs and see if we have enough for this. I've got white, blue, and 3 reds. Four fangs will definitely do it. Ooh, killing a mage. Even though we were going to successfully beat Astos there, I don't want that mage to die. I want level 9 on the mages, and it's going to be hard to get them experience other than this fight. The reason they need level 9 is because that's where they can get their own Fyra and Thundara spells for the first time. PSP still restarting, there we go. It's actually much faster to die than it is to soft reset for some reason. But it'd be very hard to die on Astos once I had those fangs underway. Actually, no, I think I've got a better strategy. Better strategy here. Round 1, we're going to mute. See if we can make that work. Or if death misses, or if it was gone the fighter. There we go. Shut this guy up. First try silence. And now fang away. This should be good. Yeah, they're playing the animations of the Aura spells as well. Boom, 3 fangs. So if I have at least 1 blue fang, it looks like I would need at most 4, maybe 5 fangs total, which is great. Gives me a good way of doing that. GBA, the fangs do less damage. It's like you need 2 blue fangs just for the wizards, and you need like 7 or 8 fangs for Astos. But I'm 100% convinced that fangs have been buffed for PSP. Okay, Yui needs another level. Dan is good at 8, Chris is good at 9, but Yui needs 9 as well. And then we'll be able to get our offensive spells. Under an hour for Astos is pretty good. I'm happy with that. And that's definitely a part of the game that I really worry about dragging on, is just how you get through those early game bosses. But it feels like we're in good shape for that now. The next big challenge, Lich, we can treat very similarly to a speedrun playthrough. I'll need to be higher level. I will probably need to grab more gear than I otherwise would. But we'll have like all the raw pieces. Like we'll have Fire, we'll have Thundara, we'll have Temper, and that's a pretty good start. I do have Nullfrost through the Blue Curtain, so we don't necessarily need to buy it onto our White Mage. But I think we still want to have like level 13 or so, even if we're going to use the Blue Curtain. Ow. 2 Tempers is probably not enough for a Groger kill. But I want to have these mages defend here so they take less damage. Ooh, just enough. Good job, Xanark. There we go. And we got Yui his level. So now we have our levels for 3rd tier spells on everybody. How long is this run going to be? I'm going to guess it's going to be somewhere between 5 and 5.5 hours. I will definitely need to pick more things up than I otherwise would. The fights, and especially the boss fights, are going to be much more challenging. But it's not like I have to grind 100 levels. Like, there is a fairly reasonable path throughout the entire game in terms of progression to get what I need. Pirate's the toughest boss so far. That is actually a true statement. We had 2 people die to pirates. I guess technically we had 1 person die to pirates and 1 person that was dead beforehand. Okay, how much cash do I have? 5,000. That works. So we can get Thundar and Fire for both of you. You actually have a lot less cash than you might expect because you're not selling any of the weapons and armor that you'd be picking up. Like, I'm used to grabbing a couple thousand just from item drops or item pickups, and those are going to be harder. I will try to get things like cottages, turbo ethers, X potions, anything that would be selling for a lot of cash, just as a way to also bump my total up. And once I get through this mummy grind at the conclusion of the Mystic Key quest, that'll also be a pretty good amount. A no buff stacking challenge. Trying to think about how much of an impact that would have. It would definitely be harder. So if I had haste, temper, speed drink, strength tonic, everybody except for chaos would not be particularly different. I guess maybe the early game you need some more levels, like you want to get probably level 9 or a Fang before doing the wizards. My prediction for no buff stacking is that it would be like maybe 4 hours and maybe a little bit more, but or right around there. It would not be that dramatic of a difference. Hello, old woman. Because we're feeling ornery, we're gonna go ahead and take your stuff. I don't even need it, but I'm just gonna take it. It's terrible when people steal things from old women. Astor should feel ashamed of himself. There we go, 1 herb obtained. So now I can go ahead, get the key. There is a small upgrade in Elf Castle. Like, I'll get 1 piece of gear for the fighter. I want to say is 2 absorb in his glove slot. It's the first glove item I've gotten. I'll get a mithril hammer, and struggling to think if anybody besides Dan can actually use that. The fighter's got the broadsword, so he's fine. We'll have a worm killer pretty quickly for the red mage, and the other red mage can get the coral sword when we get over to actually it isn't even the coral sword. You can get the falcon first and then upgrade to the coral sword a little bit after that. Hey Soundhound, welcome in. Oh, I'm not looking forward to this. I have to do the Marsh Cave again. I'm gonna do Marsh. Ooh, I probably should do Marsh Cave before grinding, because right now I've got 4 defense, or 5 defense on the fighter, and 1 defense on everybody else. I am going to be absolutely crushed by mummies if they hit me. They would do 10 more damage per hit than average. Actually, no, 14 more to people that are in the back. Wow, that would hurt. So we probably want to get the silver armlet. And that means Braving Marsh Cave Part 2. Okay, let's see. You optimal to that. Yeah, I guess Dan gets the Mithril Hammer. The best choice for passing it around. I could grab the swords out of Temple of Fiends. Wear Sword and Rune Bust, or is it called? Wear Buster and Rune Sword. That's what it is in this version. Or maybe Mythblade. They keep changing the names on me. There are 2 swords in Temple of Fiends. One that does extra damage to regenerating creatures. One that does extra damage to magical creatures. And magical creatures means creatures that use magic as part of their attack style. But I'm thinking the red mages are going to spend most of their time casting Fyra. Okay, let's see what else we got here. So Saber and Mithril Knife. That's actually upgrades for right now. Go ahead and take those. Iron Armor is so big. We finally have something good for our fighter. Yeah, don't worry, Soundhound. We've got Dan to protect us. Okay, I can upgrade you to Copper. You get Mithril. You're still Cloth. I don't know why I have Dan in the back. Dan should probably be in slot too, because he's got more HP than these other guys. It's not like they've got better armor than he does. I get anything useful here? Phoenix Downs. Ooh, how many can I afford? I've already got Fire and Thundara. I'm just gonna go all out. We're gonna get as many Phoenix Downs as we can carry. I feel like we're going to be using a lot of those. What does beating the 15 puzzle do? The 15 puzzle has different effects depending on the version that you're playing. In this version of the game, there are 3 prize pools. The first place prize pool, based on the leaderboard, is a Mega Elixir, which is a really good item. Sells for 2,000 gold as well. The second place prize pool is a variety of useful things. Hermes Shoes would cast Haste 1 time. Emergency Exit, which lets you cast the Exit spell 1 time. Just like a lot of like 1-time buffs. And the third place prize pool is a set of items called Fangs, which let you cast Fyra, Thundara, or Blizzara once. Curtains, which give you Null Ice, Null Frost, or Null Blaze once. Things like that, just like 1 tier down. And tonight I went for a lot of 3rd place completions, so I could get a lot of Fangs. And I used those for the battle against the Wizards and Astos, because it'd take a long time to be able to get the actual spells to cast. You have to be level 9 to use those. And that's what this version gives. If you go back in time, the original NES version 15 puzzle gives you $100. So it's basically just there for a nice Easter egg, but you can't actually use it in speedruns. And over time, it got more interesting. Yeah, for the first 3 places, in addition to like the good item, you also get a small prize item, which is like an antidote or a potion or an ether, just like a minor reward. Well, I think it is possible to get Phoenix Downs in those, which are pretty good. Go Great Helm, that's going to help. There's the Worm Killer. Should get Silver Mail here. Yeah, we're doing Mythical. We're going to do Marsh Cave first for the Silver Armlet. I think we should. You got optimal of that. We're going to upgrade to Mithril Mail. You're going to... get that. Which means I probably should just swap you two back. Mithril Mail is so much better than Copper Armlet right now. It is 18 Absorb versus 4. Yeah, I can't really think of a situation in NES where it'd ever be faster to do a 15 puzzle. Like, even in the very, very early game. You can kill an ogre for 195 gold, which is twice as much as you get from a 15 puzzle completion, and probably is going to take you less time. You can kill a Kaizaku for 120, which is also probably less time. Kind of weird pitching a tent on a boat that's like right off the coast of some major continent. You think you get a much better night's sleep on land. Except for Dan. Dan is used to the boat. He is a pirate to his very heart. Level 7, I don't know if it's possible. I think level 9 is the lowest level. I have to check. But you can do really ridiculous low level runs on NES. Oh, I don't have enough money for Tiara. I was like, well, I guess we'll just have Kira here. That's good. That's fine. I could sell one of my cottages. It would get me $1,000. Like, let's do that. Let's make sure that we have at least 1,000 coming out of this. So those are good. Antidotes, probably need a little bit more of those for Return Marsh Cave. Max those out. We cannot sell weapons or armor, so I have to be careful not to do that. Yeah, I can sell cottages, though. 3 cottages. Plenty of money now, so let's go. Don't do that. 1,800. We can do 2,000. A little bit tricky in this version because you are allowed to sell any item at any shop. So it is easy to go and make a mistake if you accidentally sell some gear. What was it? Oh, I was going to get DR, that's right. I was trying to remember what my last thing in here was. There we go. DR for Dan. Does the tombstone say Link or Erdrick in this version? When we come back, we'll check the tombstone. Remind me to do that. We'll do Marsh Cave, the Mummy Grind, and then we'll check the tombstone when we return to Elfland. Is there any danger of running out of inventory space? No, there is an incredibly large number of item slots. You can basically go through the entire game never selling things and do the bonus dungeons and still have room in your inventory. As everybody knows, my motto, always return to Marsh Cave for a second trip. It's always the best idea. We're doing it tonight so that we can get the silver armlet down here. Other than that, there is no good source of armor for mages until I get to Ordeals, and I'll get 1 gold bracelet there. Hey Mega, welcome in. We're cleaning up some loose ends before going over to do our mummy grind here. Okay, so silver armlet should be the bottom left. I can never remember the path that I need to walk through here to get around the trap tiles. I really don't want to fight wizards. Those are still going to hurt a lot. Yeah, if you don't have room, it's because you already have 99 of the item. I will see that pretty frequently when I'm getting things like potions that'll have like a big stack up already. In fact, I should do potions because I've got big stacks of them rather than doing my spells. I think it's up here, there, that side. There we go. There is a battle with wizards in here that you would like to avoid. Go ahead and put Dan back in slot 2. There is our silver armlet out there. There's also a bunch of cash in here. I'm mostly going to skip treasure chests that have cash in them. I would rather get money from killing monsters. The exceptions are going to be where you got, like, at least in the early game, really big stockpiles. Because I do need to buy a lot of spells. Alright, we made it. Let's go to Northwest Castle next. Nice Soundhound. It shouldn't be that hard to find a lot of PSP games for reasonable prices, because the system was never really considered popular for collecting. I think that the prices are generally going to be very modestly going up. Like, even though they're not making them anymore, there's so many that are just floating around, and people that just don't care about PSP. They could almost certainly grab it for like under $15. That's a lot of wolves. Did we use any magic? I think we did, because 70 sounds a little bit light for a red mage right now, but I guess not. So rather than doing a tent right here, I'm going to save my tent and just potion up before the mummies. There's a Falcon and Power Staff and Steel Gloves, which is a slight upgrade for our fighter. I guess Falcon and Short Sword are very close. I probably would have left it with the broadsword there, but the game decided otherwise. Hoping for 5 mummies. 5 mummies might be a little bit scary. Gonna take it slow. 5 mummy ambush. All your fault, Soundhound. We're blaming this one on you. For a preemptive, can you get running into the formation is unrunnable? You will never have a preemptive or an ambush for an unrunnable formation. You will only have a neutral start. So that's actually one way to tell that a formation is runnable, is if you have the ability to get one of those alternate starting points. Another 5 mummies. Certainly getting my mummy's worth out of this. Drop it down to only 4. Somewhat more relaxing. You don't worry, Sandhound. We're only blaming you for the first set of 5. After that, it's Dan's fault. See what Dan's getting a level. I'm gonna go to like probably 13 or 14 here. Oh, another 5 ambush. Clutch it out, everybody. Clutch it out. I don't think the arrow does enough damage to kill them. Oh, it does. Excellent. Dan's got some good intelligence scores. Okay, back to Dia there. Defend Fyra. Maybe I should just go DR Fyra. I don't really care about Dan's MP getting really depleted here. He doesn't cast often enough to worry about the probably, I think, 7 extra per use. Why is Chris's HP so much lower than everybody else? So there is a list of levels where you have a guaranteed strong level up. And for the red mage, that is fairly uncommon. For every other level, you've got a random chance. It's a 1 in 4 chance of still getting a strong level up, even if it's not scheduled. And Chris right now is 2 of those level ups behind the other red mage. So it's just every level up, he's been a little bit less lucky, and he could catch up really fast to that, but he's unlikely to. Generally, I do have a red mage that significantly trails the other, and if I'm doing a speed run, I would do a grind later on where I would kill one of the characters off. Tonight, I don't think I want to kill anybody off necessarily. I might do it at a slightly higher level than normal, just because I'll have a weaker party overall with the challenge requirements that are in place. We're trying left chest. Right chest was a little bit frisky. Right there, you can see that Chris just got another strong level up. So he went from like 74 to 98. That's like a strong level up. A weak level up would be like 3 or 4 HP. So you can tell the two apart that way. And level 12 is a guaranteed one. So Yui also got one on his turn. Dan is always a white mage tank. Regardless of whether he's a white mage or not, he is always a tank. Nobody can take damage like Dan. These mummies really do not like Chris. I don't know what he did to offend them, but it must have been something really severe. Okay, that should be level 13 now. That's probably worth a DRR for 5 mummies. Try to save Dan's MP a little bit for pushing it out to a final round of mummy grinding. Going a little bit higher level than I would in a typical playthrough, just because we're going to have worse armor by quite a lot. So we're not going to be able to take blows as easily as if we could buy stuff. I would say in a normal run, 13 would be pretty good. At 13, you can get the Null Frost spell for the White Mage, which gives you a really good strategy for Lich. Null Frost, basically, assuming that you get it off in time, will cut his Blizzard in half. So you'll have, at that point, 5 rounds to kill him. And usually you can manage to do that. See where we are in these levels. You know, I think that might be good enough. Let's go back. See if we can do this at level 13 for the start. I'll be picking up some more experience anyway, because I do have to do longer travels. Like, I'll have items I want to pick up in a lot of the dungeons. So I'll get, most likely, more encounters. We might see mummies again, don't worry. There's plenty of mummies a lot of times in the Earth Cave. Mummies on the 3rd floor are, I think they're like a 1 in 6 chance, and you should have like maybe 10 or 12 battles on that floor. Because you have to go through there 3 times. Twice through the vampire, and then once more to get to Lich. I think I checked this before. I don't think Power Staff's an upgrade from Mythal Hammer. Nope. Yeah, none of you guys have anything new yet? I do have a White Curtain. I remembered to keep that. So I have a way to do Null Frost without having to buy the spell. I need a lot of those. Just max those out. Plenty of those, please. Yeah, we'll get those. Actually, let's get more of those. Can never have too many gold needles. More tents. I don't want to get too many, because I am worried about the cutover between tents and cottages at some point. That should be enough for a long time. Spells? Yeah, if I've got already the White Curtain, I don't need Null Frost. I can't get Haste and Blizzara yet. We don't need a lot of cash with the armor shop off limits to us. So normally I'd be getting a silver armlet here at Melmond, but that's why I'd go through Marsh Cave and get the silver armlet there instead. Nobody reminded me to go check the gravestone. We gotta go do that before we leave. Just to show it off. Very important to check this out. Let's do just run her all the way. The annoying thing is I get a bunch of gold needles from the 15 puzzle. I have to sell those because I need the cash to buy like temper, and then I have to buy them back for inflated prices. So there we go. Grave number 1, just a plain gravestone. Number 2, just a plain gravestone. Number 3 though, here lies Link in this version. So it goes differently between Erdrick and Link depending on which version of the game that you're playing. Most of them say Link. Erdrick is for the US NES release, and as far as I can remember, every other one says Link. Like the Japanese ones always say it, and I think that immediately at like the very first remake in the US, it also changed it over to that. Alright, so there should be nothing at all useful in Melmon, which means we can totally ignore the city. The dream come true. We'll just head on down to our Earth Cave exploration. I'm pretty sure there is a mithril item in the Earth Cave. I think, though, it's on like the 4th floor, so I can't get it until after Vampire anyway. They had Link in the original Japanese release, so they at least early on did that. I want to say it was just a very short-term thing to go after Dragon Warrior, which was a big franchise at the same time as Final Fantasy coming out in the US. And then they really kind of dropped the competitive aspects for a long time. Checking the items here in Earth Cave to see if there's anything useful on the way to Vampire. I normally have everything planned out for NES, but they actually do change the items between NES and the remakes. For the GBA and PSP versions where they have the new usable items, it replaces some of the existing items in the game. Somewhere down here it's gotta be. Alright. Potion antidote, gold needle, sleeping bag, tent, 10,000 bucks, a ruby, a leather shield, and the coral sword. I don't really think the leather shield's worth it. Even though we don't have a shield right now, I want to say, oh, is it mithril shield or mithril helm? I might get a mithril helm in Titan's Tunnel. Leather shield in any case, it's only 2 absorb. I'm not going for it. I'm going to get the coral sword, though. That's my normal pickup. So I know exactly where that one is. The comfy leather armor. I mean, if it was actual, well, even if it was leather armor, I wouldn't get it. The copper armlet is the same absorb rating as leather armor is. Here's my coral sword, tent, a little bit of the cash. Alright, so coral sword is going to you. Like right now, my worst character has 4 defense. So leather armor would be an upgrade for nobody. Leather shield would be 2 absorb on the fighter, and to be honest, that's really not worth a detour, especially with better shields coming pretty soon. Hey, Mr. Crimson, am I allowed to use drops? If we happen to get a drop from a monster, yes, but the odds are very low that we're going to get anything useful from monster drops. Most of the good drops are from bosses, and it's like a 1 in 64 chance, so you're not going to want to replay a boss fight over and over again looking for something. Get a little bit of experience here. Yeah, probably same strategy. I don't see the fighter being super useful, and at least he took no damage from getting paralyzed with his defense on. I'm actually kind of surprised that they went after Link being a Nintendo property. I would imagine that Nintendo would not be happy about that. But maybe they saw it as really lighthearted for the way that it was done. Because this is back in the day where Nintendo has to approve every single game. So if you're a publisher and Nintendo says you are not allowed to release a game, you do not have a way to make money. So you really didn't want to make them angry. Nintendo also had something kind of quirky where early on for the NES, there was a limit to how many games you were allowed to publish per year. And it's rather low. Like you could have like 3 or 4 games per year. And that's why a lot of game companies created these fictional subsidiaries to get around the limit. And it's why like every single like studio had like its own unique franchise. And that way they wouldn't have to worry about exceeding like the cap. Like any of the companies that you looked at are associated with like Capcom or Konami or Tengen. Those were all set up as a way to exceed the quota that they were allowed. Those are what you had to deal with back in the day for video games, and now it's totally different. Yeah, Ultra was one of the labels that Konami used as a way to get around the limit. It's like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, done by Konami, but it's like published by Ultra, because you could only publish so many games. That was an amazing third flight. I would like to get that third flight all the time. Very smooth sailing. We saw no wizards, no cockatrices, no specters and geists that were anything besides preemptives. And then we got beaten up by some bulls. See how much damage Chris takes compared to everybody else. With the copper armlet, he's taking 22 more damage per hit than he would in a normal playthrough. Because the bulls have 2 attacks per round. And he's missing out on 11 absorb for each of them. Oh, LGN. There's nothing on the NES I can think of by LGN that was good. Like, every single one of the games was absolutely awful. And usually they just had, like, big name titles because they would license movie releases. So, like, a lot of the X-Men games and the Terminator games, those are all, like, by LGN. And they would just pay a lot of money for the license to the movie rights. And they would throw on, like, the worst game you can imagine. And people would buy it because reviews were very hard to find. Like, you didn't have a lot of information when you were buying a game at the toy store. It's like, well, here's some characters I know about. Hopefully the game's good. Maximum Carnage is probably their only good game. I like Maximum Carnage. It's got some character to it. But everything else by LGN is terrible. Although I've only played the Super Nintendo version of Maximum Carnage. I haven't played the Genesis version. I will not guarantee that version is not bad. Time to further the Titan's crippling ruby addiction. He's too embarrassed to eat the ruby in front of us. He's got shame. Shame and regret. Maximum Carnage made by the people that made Plox. That's the Pickford brothers. They also made Wizards and Warriors 2, which I've done speedruns for that game. I don't recognize their style from that. I know they worked on a lot of games where they were not like the primary people involved. But like you can sometimes tell like the style of the Pickford brothers for like a lot of the animations and characteristics that they've got. All right, so I actually don't think I want the Great Axe here. Let's see. Technically, it does not cost me a multiplier. The accuracy, though, I want to have as much as possible. 10 accuracy is a big difference between that for only 3 damage increase. Oh, nice, Patrick. I didn't know they were very active still. I've come across sometimes like online postings for like concept art and things that they just like found digging through old boxes, which is really cool to look at. But they generally are not too involved in like video game development these days. Ambushed by shadows. We're playing NES again. So I get a 90% chance that on this version of the game, you're going to get a chance to strike first instead of an ambush. I think, though, that you basically just flip around the odds. So if it would have been an ambush on NES, it's a strike first. If it would have been anything else on NES, it's an ambush here. Like, I'm not going to complain because it's such a big improvement over a very slow battle. Same thing with the mages in Ice Cave or Temple of Fiends. Having ambushes on them all the time is really, really helpful. Let's sneak past around. So we can go back to Earth Cave now. There is one item on the way down. It should be on the 4th floor, where I can get my Mithril shield. That's why I didn't really care too much about the leather shield. Mithril will be, let's see, it's 2 for leather, 4 for iron. Should be 6 for Mithril, 6 absorb. And that'll be a good placeholder until I get the ice shield in the ice cave. 2 shadow ambushes in a row. The odds are very much against that. There we go. That's what we should be getting. Preemptives every time. I should probably just start throwing away a bunch of that old junk that I'm carrying around my inventory since I can't sell it. I have no really easy way of cleaning things up in a hurry. Selling is much faster than dropping because of just requiring fewer total button presses. Actually, let's just keep everything. We're going to keep every little bit of junk we collect as a trophy for our tremendous accomplishments here tonight. We're just gonna nail all those knives together with our leather cap and have the spiky leather cap to show off. If you could craft items in this game, I think it'd be really cool. Just a different way to get some nice upgrades. There's kind of a point in the game, maybe like a third of the way through, where suddenly items in shops are like useless. The only thing that you get in the late game is the pro ring. And everything good you have to find. If you had like a crafting aspect to it, then maybe you could start having more utility for some of those either mid-game or early game items that you're not going to need anymore. All right, Soundhound, have a good night. Thanks for dropping by. Tape daggers together. I think you break daggers in half to have thief swords. A dagger is like twice the size of what a thief wields. And I will even admit that in the remakes, thieves are much better than they were before, but they're still awful. That's not a good group. We just need to get a good turn in. Like, one of the mages has to go. Doesn't matter who. I'll take Chris. We'll take Chris, and he will destroy these for us. Spectre Geist. I talk a lot about it for NES because you just don't have the spell slots to burn. If you've got MP, unless you get ambushed, it's actually not that bad of a fight. I'll really take anything for Final Fantasy 16. As long as they don't, like, really rush it again. As long as it took for them to make Final Fantasy 15. Like, ultimately the product felt like it was rushed out the door. And so they had to do a bunch of fixing through DLC and patches and other post-game release content to, like, actually, like, flesh it out. Because the base version of 15 is super linear. It's really short. A lot of the side stuff doesn't really go anywhere, and it feels like if they had just put a little bit more time into it. I know it sounds crazy because it was what, like 6 or 7 years that they worked on it, but they did so much with the game in like the 6 months after release. Where is this shield? I think it's southwest corner. If I go north... Okay, I think I go north and then south here. One of these rooms should have a shield in it. And I won't be heartbroken if I go without it, because I do get a shield guaranteed in Ice Cave that I know exactly where that is. But I like to get the one here if I can. Chris, way too fast, burning all of his MP. He must have so much better agility than everybody else to be getting turn order like that. Agility does impact your order. So like you'll see that the really fast monsters also all get to take turns before we do. Hello, Bat. I don't really want to walk up the middle. It seems dangerous. This should be runnable. There we go. There's Mythril Shield. And because we're here, what is in the other treasure chest? Money. That's actually not bad. We got our shield upgrade for the fighter. It's our first shield of the game. Probably the one item that I would not be shocked to get a drop from. The pirates, because there's 9 of them, I think you have a much higher chance of getting their leather shield. But the leather shield is like very, very inconsequential. Just not enough defense to be really worrying about it. Also, we almost got destroyed by the pirates. They are by far the hardest thing I've fought so far in the game. Alright, so I am seeing Chris go very early. Yui can actually survive Blizzard, which is nice. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to go try to get the white curtain on Chris. If he fails, the other 3 characters probably survive Blizzard, and we can keep fighting Lich anyway. Okay, so you're going to temper the fighter. We got Hermes shoes, don't we? Yeah, we got Hermes shoes. Is there anything useful for you to do this round? I guess you can attack round 1. Endure to curtain. Alright, Xanark attacking round 1, total waste. That's not bad. With Null Frost up, Lich goes way smoother. This is a strategy I stole from Dragon Dark. I love it. It's great to go and basically not worry about Lich. As long as you get that first turn in, then you know you're good from there. The only downside is that usually it's the White Mage casting Null Frost, and the White Mage generally has like your worst agility. But tonight I get to use it off of the Red Mage instead. Yeah, back to DR. Why not? See? Great fight. Great fight on the Lich. Without the Null Frost strategy, if you have actually good red mages, it's not a problem, because you'll be able to survive Blizzard. You need like 170 is about where you can start surviving regularly, and if you got like 180 plus, you're totally fine. But most of the time, your red mages are not going to be good. And my old strategy basically was re-roll until you got like the 2 tempers off in round 1. So like you got super good turn order, or he got like some freak accident and didn't Blizzara 4 times in a row. Null Frost makes it so much more consistent, even though it's slower, because you have to grind 1 extra level with the mummies. But you can save potentially 2 or 3 levels of grinding before Lich, and definitely support that change. Is that correct? No, we should put Chris all the way in the back. There we go. That's better. Our first fiend is down. I will need to get the canoe. There's nothing really else to get before ordeals. I mean, there's items in the item shop and things. Probably should get a stack of ethers at Crescent Lake. But we can't buy armor, so no armor upgrades for us. Ordeals does have some nice stuff in treasure chests, and I'll be looking forward to those. Ice Sword is the big one. Gold Bracelet's really big. Zeus Gauntlet's big. I would say that Heal Staff, not all that important. Heal Staff has really been relegated down a couple of ranks from its old glory days. I can't even remember like the last time I seriously used Heal Staff, even in NES. Like I've been trying to come up with strategies where I can avoid heal staffing to avoid the animation. NES though, heal staff's almost free to pick up since it is not going to cause you to get a second nightmare battle. Double sharks. That's a fairly rare boat encounter. I think double shark and like double sahag, red sahag maybe, is like the absolute worst. And that's like the 1 in 64. I would hate to pull out of the boat having just beaten the pirates and run into something like that. There is a version of the heal staff that can do heal 2. It's called the rune staff, and it's the item that Ultros drops from Whisperwind Cavern 10th floor. The problem is, like, for a speed run, getting that is like way out of your way, and so you're not going to really benefit from it. But you can get as many of those as you want, because every time you beat Ultros, you're going to get the drop. It's a 100% chance. I actually will. When I did like the alt bosses playthrough, I got that, and then I equipped it on the white mage, who can use it for an intelligence bonus. Let's just max those out. We'll get that many. That's probably gonna be good for a while, and we don't really need potions anymore. No armor shopping for us. Hey, Greenleaf, welcome in. You've managed to miss most of the really grindy and challenging stuff. Now that we are past the Lich section, we've got fairly smooth sailing up until the eye grind, and then finally more smooth sailing until basically the end game. I will have to do a lot of detouring to pick up items I normally wouldn't. Like, we're going to be going all over the place in Sky Castle, just grabbing gear left and right. But hopefully not have to get like significantly more levels than a normal playthrough would. Hey, Visk, welcome in. Final Fantasy 1 on any version is normally a pretty good time, so hopefully you enjoy tonight's stream. Also, being a challenge run means I get to do a lot of thinking out loud for parts of the game which would normally be very straightforward. Like, after ordeals, I need to debate about whether I'm going to grab the items next to the Frosties in the Ice Cave, and I'm really terrified about that. Is there anything there I need? Oh, that's right. I think it's like mithril gloves. So not just one Frosty fight, but 2 Frosty fights to get a pair of mithril gloves, which might be like my only chance to get those in the whole game for one of my red mages. So it's like, do I do a really horrible battle for like 6 absorb? It's tough. We'll see if we get any good fights here. We could get a Mega Elixir drop on Zombies. I'm not ruling it out. Or we could get these guys. Thundara is a pretty good choice here. So after they do fire, I believe Argoyles do go to hold next. so they would start paralyzing us, and I would like to avoid that. Gargoyles look cute. They're kind of adorable. They're not quite cuddly. And I think they do have some nice styling over the plain gargoyles, who are a little bit too blue for my taste. Here come the man cats. Oh, so much less damage from those Thundaras. Running might be my better play. These guys are a little bit rougher. All 4 of the slows land. Our magic defense is still terrible right now. Ooh, that's a lot. We lost pretty much all of our attack power. What do I got here? Okay, we can kill 1. I'm just gonna run. Experience is not worth it. They don't have hold. And I think we just try to get a break for it. There we go. So, new rule. Thundara the Argoyles run from the man-cats. Oh, if you're on NES, man-cats or Argoyles, just like, good luck. You are going to have a really bad time. Fire 2 is way, way overpowered for what they give you in terms of reward and where they are appearing in the game. Like, it feels much better with Fire 1. Like, this is like a reasonably balanced fight. I think it's the faces that's really making them adorable to me. Like, they just have these big eyes, the droopy horns. Like, horns should not, like, flop over like that. It's like a dog. Alright, one of you... I probably can just go for the kill with weapons here rather than doing Thundara. Let's see if we can get some good blows in. Okay, 56, maybe a little bit less than I thought. Actually, those are doing about as much as Thundara would. This is probably faster than watching the animations. It was luck getting only 1. 50-50 whether you're going to get 1 or 2 right there. I think we are going to not get the heal staff. Do I need steel gloves? I want to say I already have steel gloves from something. Might be the... Yeah, it's the treasure chest in Northwest Castle. When you go back, the power staff, the falcon, and the steel gloves there. So, if you only got 1 fighter, then the bottom treasure chest here is not valuable, but the other 2 are. Upgrade you to Ruby, you get Ice Brand. Chris just got a big jump up in both attack power and defense, so that's really nice looking. Good set of money. 1 set of tails. Do I do any zombie grinding? I think I can still do just the eye grind. There's definitely some character class combinations where you'd want to do zombie grinding as a way to prepare you for the ice cave. But this party, even though they're a little bit light on equipment right now, should have everything they need to be successful. Ow. I've seen worse. Definitely a good fight. No Mega Elixir though. And let's go ahead and just drop some potions. Finish that off. There we go. Ordeal's not too bad. So since I've never heard of Rule of Rose, tell me about it. What kind of game is this? Beautiful Saria kill. Surprised that Saria didn't try to glance us. Saria, Medusa, and Germedusa all have the same AI script on NES. It's one of the rare times where they actually shared a script between monsters. Survival horror game. Interesting. Hey, Clarinetist 90. Wait, welcome in. PlayStation version is pretty good. I would say that it's got most of the features that you want. I'm trying to think about what I want to get here. Most of the features that you want in terms of bug fixes without being dangerously unbalanced. GBA and PSP are a little bit harder to avoid absolutely wrecking parts of the game. Just because they have these really crazy items that you can get. I picked up Haste and Blizzara there. That is going to be helpful for mostly after we complete Ice Cave here. I like to get it right there though, because that's what I do for NES. It's helpful having Blizzara against the Eye fight on NES, since otherwise the mages don't really have a good source of damage. But in the remakes, you will generally be higher level coming here. And so your physical attacks are pretty effective. The Eye is one of the few bosses where they actually did not buff him. Like, Vampire has twice as much HP as NES does, but the Eye doesn't, and the Zombies don't, and the Bloody doesn't. Those are kind of the exceptions to the mini-boss rule. Yeah, the game's generally sparse on hints for the most part. There's a few that actually tell you either directly here's where to go, or here's kind of some keywords that are going to be associated with what the next bit of the quest is. But they mostly leave you to your own explorations to figure things out. And I think it kind of works because there's actually not that many destinations. And even if you don't quite figure out like which dungeon is your next one to go to, you'll probably get it since there's not too many to try. Let's go try to get, speaking of trying, one set of cockatrices down here. I do have plenty of gold needles, which we're going to be needing right away. There's 2 out of my 8. Where'd my gold needles go? There they are. 2 out of 10. Actually, you're the only one that needs any healing. There's nothing really to talk about for item pickups until we get to basically the floor where we drop down to the bottom. That's our first time where we're going to have anything. That's usually the pretty standard stuff, which is grab the flame sword. The other side is cloth armor, which is not an item you ever want to pick up. It's mostly there as a decoy to trick you into fighting a really awful battle against mages. Do Black Label games have anything extra or is it quantity? The way that it worked for the PlayStation era was the first version of the game was Black Label. And a very small number of games that were big sellers, like generally like the top 100 to 200 games for the system total, had reprints, which were then green labels or greatest hits versions. I really dislike that they distinguish the two because generally they make the reprint version have like lower quality artwork and skimp on things like lower quality manual quality. It's like, just reprint the thing and make more copies of it if people want to buy it. That's what the big division is. They did even worse on things like DS, where like the greatest hits ones are incredibly ugly at times. It's kind of like a penalty for like not pre-ordering or something. Even though I want the items here, I am not going to get them until Loop 2. Like, we definitely want more levels before tackling Frosties. Which Fire Emblem is Path of Radiance? Is that the one on the Wii? I always get those mixed up for that era, because I was, for like a couple years, like just not paying attention to Fire Emblem at all. And then they suddenly became really, really expensive. Or is that the like the GameCube one? Also, welcome in, Graffin. Is there any equipment that I would go out of my way for that I typically win? All kinds of stuff. Basically any like really plain stuff. Like I got this Mithril helm from the Titan's Tunnel. Mithril shield I just replaced I got from a part of B4 Lich that I never go visit. We're going to go fight some Frosties just to get a pair of Mithril gloves. Those are things which is like ridiculous amounts of out of the way effort for like very common items. Silver armlet, we had to go back to Marsh Cave to get the locked silver armlet, and never do that unless you're doing something like this challenge. Okay, Path of Radiance is the GameCube one. I knew it was one of the two. Let's go ahead and do our eye grind. 31 is what I normally do. I think like 31 and a half is probably what I want here. Make sure that Dan can definitely buy Hialaga after we're done with Sea Shrine. That hurt. I think we don't want to get anybody killed off tonight. Normally I would kill off one of the red mages to make it a little bit faster for the grind. But tonight we'll keep everybody alive. Because I'm thinking about, as we're doing really good on time, maybe adding one more restricted to the challenge. And you guys can tell me if I'm crazy, but we might not be allowed to turn items in. So no tail to turn into Bahamut, and no adamant to turn into the Smith for Excalibur. I mean, if you don't do class change, then there's no point in getting Excalibur because you can't use it. But I think doing no class change as an additional restriction would be an interesting way to spice this up a little bit more. No crystal to turn into Toya. She didn't see a thing. Nobody saw that. I was trying to think of a way to eliminate non-required bits of exchange. All right, Akatrankowski, have a good night. And thanks for hanging out. We come up on level 20 here in just a bit. Once we're into the 20s, I can probably stop doing the gauntlets with Dan, just because you should have enough other damage by the rest of your team to go and kill the eye here. You don't turn the fairy for Axial in this version. The bottle opens automatically. There's nothing I need to do. Same thing with the floater. I don't need to actually do any exchanges to get the airship. Possibly the biggest thing I'd worry about if I didn't do class change is that it does lock out a whole bunch of equipment for me to be able to wear. So for like weapons, I'm probably okay. I want to say I can get the Sun Sword for the fighter without class change. I don't think I can get the Defender. But I'm pretty sure I can get the Sun Sword. I mean, we've got the Ice Sword already. There's another Ice Sword in the Gurgir Volcano to give that to one of the red mages. Armor, though. Armor, you have a really hard time without class change. Just an idea I'm throwing out there. We got a while to figure it out. Can White Mage use Hilaga? Yes. You do not need class change for Hilaga. Will this be a no class change run? This is what we're talking about, Gautier. Whether we want to add on the extra requirement. Basically, there's more interesting things to go pick up if I do class change. Because then there is a lot more equipment that I need to go and kind of route for and figure out if I want to grab. No class change probably is more difficult. So it's like, what's better in the spirit of the run? I was initially leaning towards do it with class change because the challenge of finding equipment is kind of enhanced by that. But we were just talking about whether people would be more interested in seeing a more difficult version instead. One vote for Suffering. We might do Suffering tomorrow. It's the other thing to balance with. I might save a good no class change variant for tomorrow night's playthrough as well. Gaze is so non-intimidating. The eye with XXXX and Glance, which is Petrification on NES. That's a seriously fearsome foe. This guy here, he's kind of a pushover. No holy or Ga spells. Holy will never get. Like, that is level 39, I want to say. I think 39. And we're not going to be that high when we end the game. We generally beat Chaos like 35 or 36. The Ga spells, Faraga, Thundaga are the only two I get. I actually cannot get Blizzaga because we're not high enough level for that either. Thundaga really just speeds up a small number of fights in the Sea Shrine, and Faraga, again, it's like small speed up stuff. I don't think it really changes it much either way. But it's just kind of a side effect of being much lower level than the game intends for a lot of areas. You know, I think what we'll do, we'll keep going on the current challenge here, which is go ahead class change. And tomorrow we will do a challenge that's focused on character classes. So I can potentially work that in for the character class challenge we're going to have for that one. I hope it's going to be a good one too. Should be Dan 24. Again, 31 is our target. You can either grind for most versions of Final Fantasy in a spot like this, where you've got a very concentrated single monster that you're doing just through a trap tile. Agamas for NES, the eyes for most other versions. And if you don't do this, then almost everywhere you go is going to have worse XP per minute. And I could see potentially, if you don't really care about Hilaga, or if you're willing to go back to Onrak for a second trip, you don't need very many levels at here, and there's a better grind spot just in terms of general experience, like the starter Temple of Fiends especially, but also like Sky Castle and the early floors of Mirage Tower. A no white mage challenge might be very similar to what I've got in mind, but that is going to be for tomorrow. What makes Agma superior to the Eye in NES versions only? So the NES Eye is much more dangerous. He's got instant death in a version where you cannot have revival items at this point in the game. He also has petrification, so you're going to have people knocked out of the battles very frequently. And those are his first two moves. In the remakes, they took those away and started off with Thundara instead. Thundara will do like 100 damage to your party, and that's significant. But it's never going to kill you. And for that reason, the Eye is suddenly like a super easy grind. And he gives you 1 1/3 Agama's worth of experience for each fight. He's got like 2/3 of an Agama worth of HP. Ooh, that's not a good fight. Fyra might be my best choice here. So these are the Frosties. Luckily, we did not get Frost Breath. Frost Breath does like 200 damage. It is really, really bad. Surprised we saw Frosty. He's the 1 in 64, I'm pretty sure. Hey, hello, Nopal, welcome in. I mean, to be fair, fighting the Eye is probably 10% of the PSP run. So the odds of joining it at random and seeing it are actually fairly good compared to almost anything else you might pick. But welcome in. Is there any reason to not go fighter, white mage, red mage if you're playing for speed? This is actually not the fastest party combination for glitchless play. There is a faster one which is much less reliable. That basically is going to require that you get multiple mega elixirs from the 15 puzzle to be able to do chaos. Really, the white mage, the big contribution the white mage makes is keeping you alive during the boss fights. And if you have like 5 or 6 mega elixirs, that would also work. But you also have to have like good HP. You have to be good enough at the 50 puzzle to get that many mega elixirs. Like doing multiple first place victories probably is going to take you a lot of practice to be able to get that good at it. But it's definitely a route that's out there. And for glitched runs, I guess those do have a white mage, but it's fighter, thief, white mage, and black mage. And those are going to be very different in terms of how they're used, because you're just completely breaking the game with the equipment glitch. We'll continue working on our eyes here. So we are more than halfway through the eye grind. We're already into the mid-20s. Glitch does do a lot of judgment staffing. Although judgment staff is kind of slow, and it's really only supposed to be used for battles that you cannot run from. Like if you get like a group of wizards or something, you need to judgment staff them, because the flare animation just takes a while to play. If you're first learning the equipment glitch route, though, just like judgment staff all the time. In fact, I'm planning to probably do that so that I can guarantee completions very easily. Like just do saves and judgment staffs, and it's like maybe 5 minutes longer than a really optimized playthrough. Alright, no mage attacks. Those guys start off with Faraga, and that's an unpleasant smell to see. I would probably survive it on the fighter, but then he would be he'd be hard pressed to finish that battle off before the mages did something else nasty. Right now we don't have instant death protection, so like a rub would be really bad. I am curious, who's looking forward to doing or watching the equipment glitch runs? That's basically my plan for next week, is to do equipment glitch, as that is the version that I want to actually do for the mini marathon. Like we'll do the challenge runs today and tomorrow. That's the weekend. Like Monday and Tuesday I'm going to take off, and then like Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday probably equipment glitch. Hey Dragonfire, welcome in. Time-saving strategies that I do not do because they're too risky. For the regular run, like for challenge runs, you don't really worry about the optimal strategies because nobody else is doing similar challenges. But for the regular run, having the white mage is not the fastest route, or at least the red-white combination is not the fastest route. You can argue that there might be a route where white mage is fastest, but that's going to be probably a black mage instead of red mage. And you'd have to have much better luck on the HP level ups for a black mage route to really work out. Excellent. So, alright. Looks like people are interested in seeing those glitch runs. Like I said, that's like the last variation I need to do before the marathon. So we'll probably start doing glitch runs. I was also thinking about next week, because a lot of people are going to have holidays and lots of free time, is to start doing just like some practice stuff where I do more than one version of the game per night. Those would be like 6-7 hour streams, and I can't do those like all the time. But it seems like a holiday period would be like a great time to start working some of those in. All right, 27. So 4 more levels to go. I could plausibly argue killing one of the red mages right here. It would be Chris that I would choose to sacrifice to the forces of chaos. He would need to take 3 Thundaras at this point, so it might be tough actually knocking him down. But if we get the opportunity, I will avoid healing him. It's 28. I love the eye punch to the face. It's, I want to say 7% chance of the eye using a physical attack. I don't know why they gave him a physical attack. They don't have to have physical attacks. Like the odd eye on the overworld, the red eyeball guy that does paralysis, he has 100% chance of using the paralysis skill. There is no physical attack or anything else coded for him in the game. So they could easily have made this guy do nothing but spells or skills, and it would fit more with his character. You want to see a Wonder Swan version? I have a Wonder Swan and Final Fantasy 1 for it, but there's no way to capture Wonder Swan. I'd have to do emulator to show it off. Wonder Swan's very similar to PlayStation 1 in that basically it's NES with the bugs fixed. It's got a little bit of a different control scheme because the Wonder Swan was a really weird console. It basically had 2 D-pads, and they use that in some games where there's like the classic style where you've got like the D-pad at the left and your buttons on the right, and you're looking at it horizontally. You can also turn it vertically for some games and use the double D-pads. That was used for like Ghouls and Ghosts and maybe some of the shoot 'em up games, but like a really rare feature. It's like, of course, everything's got different button mappings as a result of them having kind of a funky control scheme. I guess it's true Beholder does have a physical attack, but I would imagine that they would be a lot nastier, like have some status ailments or other effects together with the physical. The eye really is just the plain physical. Also, these guys suck. And maybe Blizzara, my best choice? Does a little bit more damage than Thundara will. Oh yeah, that's good. Not quite enough to kill them, but anything else will do it. Wow, Yui is terrible at spells. So Chris is basically 2 intelligence multipliers ahead, it looks like. Well, maybe 1. 60 to 100 is not an unreasonable spread for 1 multiplier. You ever hear me talk about intelligence multipliers in this version of the game? The way it works is every 10 points of intelligence, your spells get stronger. And there's no benefit to having a fractional amount. So like you get nothing, 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 nothing. Big jump in tap power. Black mages will be faster for getting intelligence, then white mages, and then red mages are last. So you'll often see like, if Dan was to use the Zeus gauntlets, probably gonna have 40 to 80 more damage for the attack than if the red mages used it. Hey, Etherin, welcome in. The swords are a little bit different because they do have different base attack powers. So Flame Sword is definitely going to do a lot more damage than Coral Sword will, which is my next one down from it. I think Coral Sword and Worm Killer are really close, but the game picks Coral Sword over Worm Killer in the order. Like they've got the same. What are they the same? They either have the same attack power or it's like one different. There's a whole bunch of swords that you get right after the Mystic Key. Coral Sword, Worm Killer, Rune Sword, and Werebuster. And all four of them are very similar stats, but they're not the same. Like they will have 1 or 2 points of attack power difference. Because of the NES legacy, they'll have different critical hit rates. And it's like, it's neat having all of these, but if you would spread them out a little bit, you probably could have done something more interesting with all these elemental weapons. Like make Dragon Sword much more powerful in late game when you're actually fighting dragons. Were the weapon crit values fixed in this version? Weapon crits in this version, they changed how it works, so it's not the same as NES, but they didn't dramatically alter it from the NES percentages. So weapons still have a lot more critical hit potential than probably the original game document said, but they're balanced for how the game is built today. Is it easier or harder to beat Warmech in this version? I would say easier. Warmech is going to regenerate 100 HP per round, which is not that big of a deal. He's got 2,000 hit points instead of 1,000, so twice as much health. But you can stack temper, and you're probably going to have higher levels because you can get levels faster. And so I would say those outweigh the extra HP and the regen. Just about ready to wrap up our eye grind. So we're level 30 right now. We want to be like 31 and a half before exiting here. So a couple eyes to go. Is HP regeneration broken in the NES version? Yes. Doesn't work at all, so no effect. The original design was to be the opposite of poison, which means that regen would heal you for 2 HP per round, and that is nothing. It would be pretty much pointless even to make it work. So what they did for the remakes, when they hooked it up, is they changed it from 2 HP a round to recovering 5% of your max HP. And that still seems a little bit on the low side, but it's enough that it does have some effect on the battle. There we go, 31. We'll go just a little bit into this level so that we are ready for Sea Shrine. All of this is set up for doing level 33 when I beat Kraken. And for the most part, on like GBA, you'll have enough random encounters along the way that are worth experience that if you're right at 31 here, you'll have 33 right at Kraken. PlayStation Portable, the encounter rate's a little bit lower, and I feel like I only get to like level 32. So I do a little bit more in terms of eyes as a result to compensate for that. I do have a grind spot in Sea Shrine if I need it, where you're like trying to get basically maybe at most one battle there if you can. Alright, good enough for me. We've done some eyes. Do I get the Mythical Gloves? So normally I would not get this item because it's a really... Well, it's almost inconsequential. You've got coming up very soon Pro Rings you can buy. But we can't buy Pro Rings. And my alternative is guarded by 2 sets of Frosties. And those are going to really hurt. I think we have enough HP to survive it, though. So I would at least like to try. It'll get me a free ice armor as well while I'm there. The ideal outcome preemptives. Do not do this at home. Preemptive, but we got first strike. Oh, do I do this? Definitely don't do this at home. Do not taunt the Frosty. There's the mythical gloves, so that should actually can't use it yet. But once we class change, we can use that. You should be able to use the ice armor though. There we go. Nice increase in defense and evasion. Could I hunt down opal gloves immediately? I would have to do the slab quest. Or, well, I guess... What's the easiest opal gloves to get? I guess the opal gloves in the Sea Shrine would be the easiest. Just go to the top floor for those. But those are night exclusive. And that does not help my red mages. The red mages are kind of my concern for getting them any kind of glove wear. Do I class change in either version? I would say every version is recommended for class change except for PSP equipment glitch. And even then you can argue that there's good stuff that you can do with it. No class change is definitely an outlier. Like, you do that for an extra challenge, and you wouldn't normally do it for a speedrun purpose. Class change is really, really fast. Ordeals just being a very short dungeon makes it so that you almost get like more value out of doing ordeals than you consume in time. Like, even if you end up not class changing, you still get the gold bracelet and the ice sword early, and those are pretty nice to have. It needs to hit the books. Probably should have one more intelligence multiplier than that right now. There we go. Ice cave complete. We did get our mythical gloves. I've got spells I can get now. I could do my class change. I was originally debating, right? I guess during the ice grind, I was debating whether or not to do an additional no class change prohibition. But I think there's more interesting stuff for this run if I do class change, because it opens up more equipment that I might potentially need to route in. Class change would be a minute and a half faster if not for Bomb and Hallway. At least on NES. On the remakes, it's only like 45 seconds. Yeah, we don't really need trolls anymore. Trolls have been very good before you go into the ice cave, but once you've done that grind, you've completely switched the class of monsters that is productive to fight. Like, everything beforehand is like off the table, and instead you want things that are like Agma and a half, 2 Agmas worth of XP minimum. Alright, class change. Here we come. Now let me use my mithril gloves. Let me go all the way down this way. I want to swing by Crescent Lake. I can get Proterra and Thundaga there. Melmon gives me Curaga, Hilara, Firaga, and Teleport, all great spells. Should have enough money for it because the eye grind makes you ridiculously wealthy. In addition to having 3,225 experience, the eye also gives you 3,225 gold. And there's very few monsters that are 1-for-1 like that, and really, really few monsters that are better than 1-for-1. Like the Kaizaku is one of like the really rare ones. It actually gives you more gold than XP. Alright, good show. Okay, so let's do the spells first. We're good on Ethers still. Go down a little bit here. There we go. Phantom is also 1-for-1. That is true. He gives you 1 gold for every 1 experience point he drops. I probably want max Proterra here. Normally I'd only get Proterra on the White Mage, but tonight we're getting more because we're going to have worse armor in a lot of battles. So I might start off the boss battles with like a double or triple Proterra, just to guard against a physical hit in the first couple of rounds. Shiraga next, and you're also going to want Diaga and Hilara there. Get the Black Mage spells as well, Firaga and Teleport. We'll do our bottle quest, and we can't buy anything at Gaia, unfortunately. That's where I get my Pro Rings and Gold Bracelet normally, but sadly none of that tonight. There are 3 Pro Rings in the game, 2 in Sky Castle, 1 in Temple of Fiends. So we've taken some big detours to pick those up. Yeah, we'll want more than usual Giants tonics, speed drinks. I don't think we ever need strength that protects. Look at that crazy Ankelo. He doesn't look as crazy on like flat ground. On the desert, he's like... It's a really weird sprite combination because he's got like this running, jumping animation that he's in the middle of. And the desert background has got hills in it. So it looks like he's like crazy flying through the air. For the forest one, he's like more like on level ground. So it's not like as weirdly dramatic. Should be good on everything that they sell at Gaia, so I'm just going to go ahead and pick up my Axia. Hello, Fairy. Please battle some Axial up for me. I will probably never say Axial, even though that's almost certainly how it's supposed to be pronounced. Those are out of the way. Let's do Gurgu. I will want to pick up a couple items in Gurgu more than usual. Let's see also what we can equip now that we've done our class change. Probably don't want to use the gauntlets as a equipable item. I'll give you steel gloves. Loses 2 defense. But lets me go ahead and give you Mithril. Would I ever give this guy gauntlets and give up the ability to pass them around to different characters? I don't think I would. Like, that feels like a bad trade-off overall, over having the white mage have a useful attack. Ooh, and it says there is mithril gloves, the second pair in Guru Volcano somewhere. Where are they? Is that second floor? Second floor. All right, so we're going through the big center section that I never go through because I want another pair of mithril gloves. Where's my test? Here we go. For a run where I'm not allowed to buy things, I have a ridiculous number of items in my inventory. Because I'm also not allowed to sell anything. Okay, so I think the fastest is to go the back route through here. I'm pretty certain that the gloves are in that big massive treasure chest somewhere. How can we still not run from these things? All right, well we got ways to killing them now. This would be way more effective than what we had back at Ordeals. That's barely more effective. Are they actually not weak to ice? That's a surprisingly small amount of damage. There is nothing there. I have to go in the or the entrance one more to the right. Like I said, I never go here. That's a lot of mucks. Muck, of course, a very common enemy back in Marsh Cave, but here they're in big piles. What I should do is Thundaga them. If there's no elemental association, then lightning should be at least neutral, and having an Aga spell will definitely do a lot more damage there. Might not be enough to one-shot him though, but probably more efficient overall. Here's Mithril Gloves, found it first try. See what the rest of this stuff is. Gotta be something else good here. That's not good. Without pro rings, those things are actually scary. Nope. Pretty much all that's boring. Okay, so Mithril Gloves, there you go. Yeah, I think it's still better to have that. And I will use Teleport here just so I don't have to walk back out. Teleport will put me back onto the staircase. And I can take the lava path instead of walking all the way around on non-lava tiles. Yeah, no good items in that room. I feel really upset at the low quality of this randomizer. It's not giving me anything nice. Okay, normally I would just go right to carry, but I want to get probably the second Frostbrand and the Fire Shield. If I rock out the Frost Armor and the Flame Shield together, I'll have 2 elemental resistances for right now. Hey, Cypher, welcome in. Challenge run's going pretty good. We've got a decent amount of the game complete. We've done our grind. We've got our class change. We're on to our second of the 4 fiends. And there is a bunch of stuff I need to go figure out where to get good upgrades for. But we're starting to have respectable equipment now. So that is going to switch over for Flame Shield. That's going to switch to Ice Brand. That's going to go to Flame Sword. The Silver Armlet still hurts. We need to find something better than that. But I don't think we're going to get any improvements until we get to Sea Shrine. Ow. They do not like Chris. Ooh, let's get the flame armor. Just in case I ever want to swap this around at some point. Flame and ice should be exactly the same, so I can't think of a scenario where I actually need to do this. But might as well grab it while I'm here. Also, Chris is dead. Good job, Chris. Hey, Expensive Foreigner, welcome in. That's right, no equipment shopping of any kind. So we cannot buy or sell any armor or weapons. But we can definitely fight some Agmas for some. So 2 Agmas and a red D are required to get this armor pickup right here. It's the most heavily guarded of all the different armors. Like, you only have a single Frosty for the ice armor. There's nothing guarding the opal armor or the dragon armor. Do we have to punch Garland to death? We had fire spells for our red mages, and this version of the game you start with knives, which is the worst weapon in the game, but at least it's a weapon, so that you're not using your bare hands. Also, it feels good just to, like, you know, kill some Agamas for old time's sake. Hate to go through here and not stop to pay him a visit. Alright, carry fight. So we do have a little bit less defense than normal. So Protero would be good. Go ahead, haste and temper. Offense, we're fine on. Like, offense actually doesn't get impacted once you get past Astos. Because at that point, you never buy a weapon for the rest of the game. You have, like, very little overall shopping besides a couple of armor pieces. But going up to there, man, it is really, really rough getting replacements for most of your gear. The biggest thing late game is going to be no pro rings and no extra ruby armlet. So those are the ones I need to do some replacements. I'm going to get the 3 pro rings that the game has in treasure chests. There are 2 in Sky Castle, 1 in Temple of Fiends, and then there is another pro cape I don't normally get. That's also in Sky Castle. And I'll use the second pro cape on a red mage to make up for having less armor than normal. There we go, 2 fiends down, 2 fiends to go. see, what's our best path here? I think just going straight to waterfall. Should probably get cottages at some point, but right now there is not a good place to buy them until we reach Onrak. Waterfall is going to get me a ribbon and defense sword, both of which are really good. It's actually only like my third helmet in the entire game. So even if ribbon had no elemental resistances, it would still be helpful for giving me one extra absorb. Well, we do need some experience. Let's go ahead and take this battle here. Diaga Faraga should make short work of this group of mummies. So the reason for doing fights is because 33 on Dan is still needed. I don't think we've hit 32 yet, even with the extra fights. Oh, we did hit 32. So maybe we can skip stuff in Waterfall. Except for stuff that is tough to beat, so... we will not skip these guys. Their agility is very, very high, making it hard for our party to run away. Waterfall just is not as exciting on NES. There's no out of bounds bat. Like, how can anybody really, truly enjoy this place without looking forward to that beautiful bat companion at the end of the hallway? We will nevertheless struggle through it. Probably 2 more battles to go. Just weird does the golem sprite look like it's wearing a football helmet. I don't know if I can really place that, but it looks very much like those old football helmets, the one that are made out of leather. Just kind of like a wrap around your head. I could totally see that. Ooh. Yes, we're gonna do this fight because this is 2 Agamas and a little bit of change. Very rare to get this many Wiz Mummies. It must have rolled 0 on the Pyralisks. There we go, 1 cube. And 1 defender. So you get the defender. Quit putting the gauntlets on! You're gonna get ribbon here. Which means you get leather cap, and you get upgraded to ice brand. Huh. I was not expecting Dan to only have the same absorb rating as the other mages, but I guess it makes sense. Dan's basically got the better armor piece for the ruby armlet, but nothing else. And the red mages can now put on things like the gloves and boost their defense a little bit that way. tent up again. Because I'm using tents rather than cottages, I have to periodically do tents to keep my MP total to the max. I'm going to swap them right here, or at least buy a bunch of cottages so that from this point on I don't have to worry about it. There we go, stack of cottages, stack of gold needles. Got so much cash I don't need to do really anything, but might as well start spending some of it. Not buying any equipment has saved me a lot of money. I expected to be a little bit actually tighter than this, but I guess I don't really sell all that much valuable gear. I mostly sell things to just clean my inventory up. So a lot of the ones I'm selling are like, here's a couple hundred gil, and that doesn't make a difference. Whereas the purchases, it's like, like just in Gaia, I saved 136,000 gil worth of shopping. I will get the opal armor here. I think it's worth the detour. Then I should switch on Ice Shield if I have something else right now. So I want to have at least have fire resistance on the fighter. That's the most common element to see. I think right now he's got frost armor and flame shield, so I do need to switch the shields around. What else do we need to do differently? Upstairs, I will probably want to grab the opal gauntlets. Normally, they're not helpful because you're going to have pro rings, and the pro ring is better just like in every possible way. It's the same absorb with less weight penalty and also gives you instant death resistance. So we're not going to have pro rings on the fighter most likely. Is that true? Pro ring might be needed for the fighter at some point. Trying to think about when he needs to switch over. What actually has instant death I need to worry about? I guess like Phantom might be my first one. Or no, Paralisks in Mirage Tower. There is a source of instant death in that part of the game. Alright. Frog it is. Probably gonna do a little bit more damage than Diaga, because the rate at which harm spells grow in attack power is slower than your elemental spells. Feels a little bit unfair, but I guess they didn't want the white mage to be too incredible at fighting undead. So even though the white mage almost always has a better intelligence multiplier right now than the red mages, they will do less or very rarely equal amounts of damage. Okay, there's Diamond Armlet. Would I ever grab Diamond Shield? I think we're close enough to Aegis Shield that I probably wouldn't bother. No, we got Kraken. There's Diamond Helm, Diamond Gloves, Diamond Slab. Diamond Shield should be the southeast corner. So I'm trying to think about how we get down there. There's so many dead-end passageways. I think it's to the right. To the right, to the right. Down. Nope. Down, then to the right. Here we go. Diamond me up. That is a lot of diamond. Okay, so you are all across the board on that. You can go to Diamond Armlet. You get Ruby. You get Mithril Mail. So that's 3 more absorb for him. At the cost of a little bit of evasion. Yeah, 3 for 7. I think that is a good trade-off. He's not really likely to dodge anything, so having just the extra absorb is more useful. Unless you start doing a bunch of invis, and then your slight differences in dodge may come into play. But I'm going for Protera rather than invis here. Hey, Dana, welcome in. Was the early game hard? I've kind of got it figured out now. For the remake versions, you can farm the 15 puzzle for Fangs, and that lets me do Marsh Cave and Astos pretty early. Like, you don't have to do a whole bunch of grinding to get those out of the way. You definitely do a lot more grinding before, like, Garland and things. And you spend a lot of time on 15 puzzles, but at least have, like, a system down. And I used some of the strategies I worked out for, like, the 4-white mage run, which you wouldn't think that there would be a lot of overlap, but you basically have the same armor and worse weapons than the 4-white mages will. And so anything that works for white mages probably is going to be about the same for this party. There we go, like that's 33. So no need to stop at our grind spot. We'll just grab the ribbon and be done. I also think that PSP has changed how Fangs work, because they do like twice as much damage as I expect from GBA. And you can't explain that from your intelligence score, so there must be something different about the item itself. Like, I think I need less Fangs in general to do this than a GBA game would, and maybe I could speed things up even further knowing that now. Okay, nothing here is worth picking up. Here's where we get our Giant's Glove and Ribbon. That is a lot of ghosts. We got Faragas. Hey, Sin City, welcome in. Hope you enjoy your lurking, and hope you enjoy the stream as well. There's my Giant's Glove. I can actually equip that on the Knight, but now that we've got the Opal Gauntlets, it would actually be 2 less absorb rating. So we'll just leave that in our inventory for right now. And we'll use that for all of our boss battles to buff. There's my ribbon, and that's going to go on to you. Which means you can pass down the leather cap. Still have not replaced that leather cap that we got all the way back in Temple of Fiends. On to Kraken's floor. You can tell that you're on the Fiend floor on PSP because the floor takes much longer to load than a normal floor. I think it's buffering in all of the animations for like the crystal lighting up and the celebration, and so it doesn't quite load it in the normal time it takes to load a map. Greenleaf just here for the dapperness. I can understand that. It is a very dapper octopus. He's moderately dapper here in the overworld, but his dapperness goes up like a factor of 10 in the battle. He also is somewhat slimy, so that might subtract a little bit from his score. Okay, let's triple Protera in round 1. Because Kraken's gonna hurt a lot more than normal. With triple Patera, we should be more than half reducing his damage. We might get 1 or 2 more Pateras in from Dan. Yeah, we've got basically the battle in lockdown now. Kraken 1 only has physical attacks and the ink ability. He doesn't have spells. So once you have enough Pateras up, battle's done. No weapons and no black belts. I have done that on GBA. So I do have a route for it. Keep tempering. Can never temper enough. Need more tempers. Good fight. And with that, 3 crystals have been lit. We're going after our 4th and final fiend here, Tiamat. With a slight side trip to go visit our pal Dr. Un. Before I go, I'm going to stop in at the White Magic Shop. Hilaga is the reason we had it specifically at level 33. So 7th tier spells, which are the 2 that you can get right here, as well as the 2 in Gaia. Cure 4 is the other really famous one for that level. 33 is required to get them. So if you didn't have it right now, you'd be going way out of your way to come back here later. Probably the most exciting news of the entire game. We never have to come back to Melmond ever again after this. We are done with Melmond. But it's worth it for visiting Dr. Un. Very important to not forget to get your slab translated. The walk to Lufania is really long, and it's somewhat embarrassing to get all the way there, talk to the people, and realize you can't actually pick up the chime. That's why we celebrate Dr. Un at every possible opportunity, to make sure that we never forget his tremendously heroic good deeds. Alright, so unrunnable fight. Let's do Faragas. Dr. Un is sometimes called the Mozart of Melmond, but only because everybody in Melmond is completely crazy, and they have no idea what they're talking about. I wish Dr. Un had more of a backstory. There is another character in the game who's a relative to Dr. Un, and that character is the one that actually kind of gives you the hint about the slab, but it's a really, really vague and roundabout hint. So I don't think that people really even associate it with the Sea Shrine quest. we'll kill some wyverns. These guys are pretty fast, so running from them might be tough. And each one's a half Agama, so I feel like I'm getting an entire Agama worth of experience, an entire Agama worth of excitement out of this. At least give me a Tyro, please. Frostwolves would drop an Ice Shield, but we already have one of those from the Ice Cave. Tyros drop delicious steaks, and we are definitely in short supply of food. I think if the winter continues to be bad, we might end up eating Chris. The rare triple frost breath. The quadruple frost breath. This may be more frost breath than I've ever had in one Frostwolf battle. 5! That we're definitely getting somewhere. I know I've had more Frost D frost breaths. That's because you can have up to 8 of them if they ambush you. And if you get 8 frost breaths from a Frost D, you are gonna have a bad day. Hello. Look at that guy. Seemingly oblivious to passing by pedestrians. And no concern for our hurry to get this chime. There, we got one more Faraga. If we run into some more Zombles, everything else is runnable. The only thing I might consider taking is a Tyro, because, again, they are delicious. And I will actually stay in this zone as long as I can. So right here is where the division between the zones take place. And once you cross over to the west there, the encounters get noticeably harder. Like these guys, the Rankelos, don't mess with them. They will wreck your party really hard. Okay, we should have some cottages somewhere in here. There we go. Alright, so trip 1. Let's get the Aegis Shield from downstairs. That's the only valuable item I could think of in the center section. I don't need the heal helmet. Do I need the heal helmet? No, the diamond helmet's better. I already have a better item on it. Okay, vampires. We got some spells for these guys. It is a bit annoying with the vampires having double health. I feel like that was something which would have been a lot better if it had about a one-time change, so that only the vampire in the Earth Cave had double health. Where they're just kind of lazy and did it for all vampires, and it makes them a little bit harder to kill than they really should be. Like one Faraga probably should be enough there. It would match what you have for the guards a little bit more closely. Okay, so if we Gauntlet Blizzara. It's tough to kill bad men with magic, because they have just enough health to be troublesome. I'm wondering if 3 spells would do it. Ooh, Blizzara might. That'd be about 280 with Dan's Gauntlets. Very good. 2 Nightmares and 2 Bad Men is worth 2 Agamas. So it's actually a fairly good fight. This one, only 1 Agama. We'll give him a pass. Go ahead, upgrade your shield. So it's the same absorb rating, but the Aegis shield gives me, instead of lightning resist, which I'm already getting from the body armor, poison and petrification resist. And those are very difficult to otherwise get. And since there is poisonous damage from Tiamat, having all 4 characters protected against that means you need at least one knight to get something useful. Hey, look at that. Bonus Blue D. The 1 in 64 encounter. Surprisingly common for being a 1 in 64. We don't have a way of blocking Cockatrice's Petrification or Perilous Squint right now, but we do have a decent amount of magic defense. So I'm hoping that's going to prevent any incidents here. We also only got 6 out of a possible 9 birds, so we didn't have the worst opening we could get. I think 9 Cockatrices would probably be as bad as it would be, but I don't think it's possible for them to spawn 9. I want to say it's a max of 5 of each of the bird types. Right, step in here, we're going to grab Dragon Mail and Sun Sword. Yeah, the 1 in 64 that we happen to get like 10% of the time. The math doesn't really check out. But I'm very confident that it is actually 1 in 64, and we just happen to get bad luck on him. I rarely get 1 in 64s elsewhere. I think we just have an unusually common amount of them here in the Mirage Tower. I think I do want to pass Defender down. You should put on Dragon Mail as well. So Dragon Mail, same absorb rating and evasion rating as Opal Armor, but it adds fire and ice resistance. So now I have really good resistances on our fighter here. 2 Blizzards should be enough. In the remake, steps are not actually used for encounters. It is frame-based, and it's very similar to Dragon Quest in that every time you take a step, it rolls a random number to determine if that step is going to be a battle. And basically, they'll have a percentage chance for whatever floor that you're on for the number of battles on average per step. And if you're going to get a battle, then it rolls another random number and tells you which formation you're going to get. And those are where the percentages come into play. For like a 1 in 64, 3 in 64 is the second rarest, up until you have things that are like 15 and 64 for the most common types. And it'll map it to 1 of 8 formations. So getting a 1 in 64 here really is a totally random chance. Whereas NES with step counts, in theory it's the same percentages, but what they do is have a table that's pre-scrambled. It just so happens that all the 1 in 64s are in the second half of the table. So you have to be 128 battles after Power On to ever see them. And then you get 4 of them in the second 128. So it's a 0% chance for the first half, and then a 1 in 32 for the second half. I wonder if you could fry cockatrice. It would certainly taste a lot better. The raw cockatrice is just like really rubbery, but fried up nice and crispy, I think that could be a really good snack. Magic defense continuing to save us. We will get a 3rd ribbon upstairs, so we'll finally have protection for Chris. You know what? I'm gonna grab the Bane Sword. Might as well in a night where you're gonna pick up a lot of stuff. Bane Sword a pretty good, fun thing to use. Not necessarily the best idea for Tiamat in the remakes. Only has a 1 in 7 chance of causing poison smoke. And you can probably get the fighter... Well, you can definitely get the fighter buffed up and killing Tiamat before 7 rounds. So you probably will not beat Tiamat with the Bane Sword first, but there's always the chance. Cockatrice the perfect appetizer to Tyro 6. What is the best appetizing monster in the game? It's definitely not Poisonous Nachos. Probably not Scum. The burnt flan, I don't think you would want to start with that. That's more of a dessert. Which monster would we actually want to serve to somebody as an appetizer? Cockatrice definitely a good choice, though. Grim Poppers. Can do a nice Groger salad. I think Groger would make a good side salad, just like a starter. Pro Ring's one of these. That's not Pro Ring, that's not Pro Ring. There's the Pro Ring. There's our first Pro Ring in the game. I'm gonna give that to the... Let's go to the White Mage right now. Give you some more defense there. There's a second Pro Ring that I'm gonna give to the Fighter. I want to have instant death protection at some point, but we don't need it right away. Hey, Zez Forever, welcome in. Challenge has been going pretty good so far. We got most of the difficult parts out of the way. I did need to get a lot of 15 puzzle completions to have fangs for the Marsh Cave Wizards and for Astos. Earth Cave and Ice Cave and Ordeals were fairly tough, but those are mostly about collecting a bunch of things that I don't normally need to get. And now here in the late game, I'm mostly looking for items that are going to give me a little bit of extra resistance. It's like I'm grabbing the Pro Rings that I would normally pass up. There's a Pro Cape upstairs that I'm also going to get. That should pretty much get me set up until Temple of Fiends. And Temple of Fiends, there's going to be a lot of travel on Carrie's floor, because she's got some good items there. But that's like the only floor where I need to do extra stuff. And yeah, overall, I think I'm like a solid hour ahead of where I thought I would be. I was guessing like 5.5 hours for completion. It should really only be, you know, just a little over 4. Man, goodbye to my leather cap. We've had that leather cap since Temple of Fiends. Ooh, do I get the white robe? Normally I wouldn't do this, but it would let me get 6 more armor on Chris and give him the ruby armlet. Ooh, lobster. Lots of things you could do with lobster for an appetizer. The crunchy spiders, I think that's actually like a realistic thing you could see at some fancy restaurant. The spicy sahag, I guess the R sahag is the spicy one. And the green one is kind of underdeveloped. There's my white robe and black robe. Alright, so let's do the swap downs. You're gonna get the white robe here. which is a big decrease in defense compared to normal. So hopefully Dan doesn't have any unfortunate accidents. But we're gonna go ahead, upgrade you, and upgrade you. There we go. I think I would still leave Dan in slot 2, even with this setup. The only reason I'm killing the Nightmare Evil Man combo here is just so that we don't get nuked, because he used Exfer. So his next spell could be nuke. He's got a 1 in 4 chance, if he got another turn in, of nuking me in the second round. Nightmares can be sometimes hard to run from. Again, man. I mean, we're getting good luck to get both Nightmares. It's only a 50% chance of having the complete trio appear. So I wouldn't normally do this for the speedrun, but we will go ahead and grab the Adamant to be able to forge Excalibur later. Just to have it. Not even really a significant upgrade. It helps you in a couple of the Fiend refight battles. It'll save you like 1 buff at the start of each fight. But you could easily beat the game without the Excalibur. Yeah. We're getting lots of really fast monsters here. Most of the things in Sky Castle, to be fair, are very difficult to run from. They generally have quite good agility at this point, which is also why most of the monsters get to attack before I get to go. Okay, upper left-hand side. Is there another pro ring on this floor? Is it on the top floor? This one, I'll have to actually check the location for it. Where is pro ring number 2? This floor has got diamond gloves, diamond shield, white robe, black robe, adamant, mithril helmet, cottage. Okay, and cash. So nothing in that upper side besides cash and cottages. So the pro ring must be on the next floor, along with the pro cape, which I know the pro cape is in the far northeast corner. Pro cape obtained. I don't think we need clothes. We started with clothes. Okay, pro cape's got to go on to you. So we finally have some shields for our mages. I'm never going to get a buckler. Bucklers are only sold in Crescent Lake. They're not available to find anywhere. But there are 2 pro capes. That one is the one I normally do not get. And then there is the one in Temple of Fiends that I normally do get, which will go under one of the red mages. That's right, expensive foreigner. You don't actually start out naked in the remakes. They give you a knife and cloth armor. So you've got 1 absorb, and a knife is like 4 attack power. So it's a really, really bad weapon, but you at least have something. What is a buckler? A buckler is a small shield that you can wear on one arm. And so they use it in Dungeons and Dragons often for a shield that doesn't interfere with spellcasting, and that's why mages in Final Fantasy 1 can use it. Here's my pro ring. Okay, who gets the pro ring? I think I have to get the pro ring to the fighter, even though this is the only person that doesn't get any bonus on armor for doing this. Everybody else has got ribbons for instant death resistance. Phoenix down drop. I never knew that Sentry and Guard had an item drop. I don't think it's the Guard because I fought a lot of them. I would believe more that it's the Sentry. I don't think there's anything else here that we could get. We could get a katana, just so that we could throw it away and mock all the thieves. There we go. Going right in the trash, where the thieves belong. Will I ever do a no buffing challenge run? Let me think about how that would look. So if you couldn't do haste, you couldn't do temper, you couldn't do any of your items from like the caravan, that would probably be about like 3 to 4 hours of grinding. It would be doable, but I think it'd be really boring. I don't think people would sit through that much grinding, unless you're doing like 4 white mages on NES. Then they'll sit through anything. Castle not as futuristic. I think this one is only a sky level castle and not like a space castle. So the level of technology has been slightly downgraded for the remake. Now here's our big question. Will we get Warmac? I'm hoping we get Warmac here. Come on, Warmac. Of all the times to ever show up, this would be a great one. Come on, Warmac! It's not Warmac. It's 2 nachos wearing a trench coat. Very similar, but they just can't pull it off. Do we need to move anything around? I don't think we do. And now, time for team out. Can Dan use the Bane Sword before the rest of the team figures out how to punch Team Out in the face? It's gonna be a race. Let's get it started. Giant's Glove. Bane Sword. Buffs. Dan used the Bane Sword. It's ineffective. We'll give him another try. Dan used the Bane Sword again. Still ineffective. Come on, Dan, get it together. One more try. Dan used the Bane Sword. Still ineffective. Well, Dan's still got HP. We'll give him a final opportunity here. Maybe he can clutch this out. I really want Dan to get this Bane Sword. Show us how it's done, Dan. Didn't use the Bane Sword. What a disappointment. Time for our fighter to show the alternative. And Dan, failing to use the Bane Sword, falls asleep. Maybe Dan did actually figure out how to use the Bane Sword, and that's why he died. Self-inflicted Bane Sword casualty. I don't know why everybody's cheering Dan's death. That's rude. Dan tried really hard. Even though Dan's best is not good enough, he still tried. And looks like no Warmex for us tonight. I feel like you don't deserve a Warmech unless you get the Bane Sword to work. The two are just going hand in hand there. So we are done with Fiends. I will drop into the Dwarf Cave, get some Excaliburs forged. Again, not required, but we're just showing them off because we're picking up as much as we can off the land. And this is a really good item to find. This is crystal sitting out there in the middle of nowhere that you bash with a big hammer. I guess the little hammer. His big hammer is sitting there on the ground. Like, poof, sword pops out. That's basically how blacksmithing works. There's Koch. Not being able to clean out my inventory from selling stuff has given me a big pile of junk here. I might have to just sort things around just so I can find things in battle. There we go. The mysterious caped man, who is only in the PSP version to lead you onto the labyrinth at the time, is going to be sorely disappointed that we're not following him. There we go, 2,000 years into the past. We do have a few items to pick up in Temple of Fiends. They're mostly going to be on Carrie's floor. I'm thinking about still grabbing the elixir behind Phantom, even though I will probably get the Mega Elixir on Carrie's floor as well. Because I figure for a challenge like this, where it's all about our equipment, this would be a good night to have maybe Dan punch Chaos to death with his bare hands. I guess no, we can't let Dan do it. Dan failed us already. We'll let somebody else. Maybe Xanark can punch Chaos to death. There's a lot of Gasties. I don't think the Bane Sword is going to work on that, but we will Gauntlets them. And the reason I do that is because 2 Blazzaras is not quite enough to reliably kill them. And you really want to kill them fast, because Chris is about to die. Actually, Chris does have another multiplier, so 2 might have been enough. That would be like 320 damage. That's a lot of bad men. 3.5 Agamas worth of bad men, in fact. Dark Wizard and Dark Fighter, those are Mage and Fighter and NES, and it's really confusing because Fighter is basically a white mage, so he's got a bunch of buff and curing spells. Mage for Black Mage, I guess they couldn't use Mage for both, because then it'd be ambiguous, but they could have actually just called them like W Mage and B Mage or something. The Fighter just always confuses people into thinking that they're going to have like a really big physical attack, when they don't really attack at all. I guess you can Diaga. Phantom is undead, so harm works, and fire does pretty good damage to him as well. NES, you don't really have the spell slots to throw around, so you're more traditionally going to just be punching him in the face. But the remakes, you can definitely get some good use out of those spellcasters. Much more useful than just buffing the fighter, since the fighter's turn order is not guaranteed in round 1 here. Grab that. I could also get... Is that a... I think that is a Dry Ether on the left side, which is a full MP recovery. I want to check that and make sure. Yeah. So either of those 2 treasure chests would be sufficient for a normal playthrough. You just need to be able to have some way of recovering MP on your white mage during the chaos battle. Oh look, zombie D's. Will we get the lucky Mega Elixir drop? We did not get a Mega Elixir for free in Ordeals when we went there. So I feel like we're owed one. No Mega Elixirs. No Mega Elixirs for us. Might need gauntlets for the Rios. Rios is Chimera in NES. He's actually really good XP, and this formation, in fact, is a very, very nice one to find. This is like another one of those like 3.5, 4 Agama battles. The Batman. I don't know if that was intentional, but it is a really strong coincidence. Especially because that would have been after the Batman movie came out for the NES release. Yeah, the original Batman movie, I looked it up because I didn't know whether it was 1988 or 1989. It says 1989. And while that was after the Famicom version of Final Fantasy, there was a big gap going from Famicom to NES. So the Batman movie would have been out when Final Fantasy was being translated. Yeah, it's Faraga. Not quite enough to single shot them with Faraga. If you have a good mage for like another intelligence multiplier, then those fights get a lot easier. Without Faraga, just like doing Fire 2, it is really tough to get good fights against those, which is why on GBA, I will often saves come past it. Also, GBA's got a higher counter rate, so you're going to get way more battles just walking through those floors. Michael Keaton is the best Batman. I would say that you either could pick the Michael Keaton Batman, or if you're really silly, the Adam West Batman. I would accept either of those answers. Let's go ahead and give Chris the Sun Sword. Give him a slight upgrade right there. No treasure chest on Lich's War. In fact, except for the Masmurin, once you get past Phantom and you're on your way down, Carrie's floor has got the only treasure chest. She's got 4 for some reason. So like they put them all in one spot, but they made it so it's a really, really long walk to get to them. Like I'll be going all the way to the west side in order to get the Pro Ring, and like all the way to the east side to get the Mega Elixir. We'll give Lich some respect. We'll give him a buff. 1 round of buffs on Lich, and then we'll annihilate him. The Nucleus Lich swag right there. Lich made some mistakes. He did not use Nuke, which was his first mistake. His second mistake, not going after Dan. Four red Ds. That has to be a 1 in 64. That feels like a very difficult encounter. See what Blizzard does. And decent damage. So 2 Blizzards will be 300. That should be enough. Or very, very close. Yep, it gets them. I'm not sure if I ever remember seeing a 4 red D encounter. It's definitely spectacular looking. These guys are way more common. This is like the most common version. The quadruple lava worm. You'll see those all the time when you're doing NES runs. Let's do left side first. The left side will get me the Pro Ring. This would almost never be a good idea, except when you're doing a challenge like this where you cannot buy Pro Rings. Let's give it to Yui. 74, 41, 43, and then he'll have 39 with the Pro Cape. I actually don't like having my mages so close together in terms of absorb ratings, because it means that all of them are somewhat vulnerable to a really heavy physical attack by things like Kraken or Carry or Tiamat, mostly Kraken. But if I don't do this, then somebody is going to be really, really bruised whenever they get hit. I'll go ahead and grab the Mega Elixir down here as well. The corresponding item on the left side is the second katana in the game, which I don't know why they even have weapons for one thief. Weapons for two thieves. Makes me question some elements of the design. And I acknowledge that if you have more than one thief in your party, you definitely need all the help you can get. But it just feels wrong. Pro Cape is going to go on to Chris. That should optimize in. Let's do Fiend number 2. So round 1 buffs. This one is worthwhile doing Protera on. Especially in this playthrough, we've got a lot less defense than normal. Offense, we're actually doing really good. I took the time to get Excalibur, which I don't normally do. But we are missing a couple items that I'd be buying in shops. Really though, would anybody ever get here with 2 thieves unless they were doing a 4 thief playthrough? In which case you should just have like a bottomless stack of katanas for pickup whenever you go through this. We just do the time loop over and over again, getting 1 katana every time through each 2,000 years. You'll be fine. I don't know why Carrie really hates Yui, but he managed to somehow clutch it out. Cracking Floor's got some of the slowest encounters. Like these guys here with 8 monsters on the screen, especially 8 relatively fast monsters, can keep you in those battles for like 45 seconds to a minute. Those are the ones that are real killers on GBA for time. Like here's the 7 monster ambush, not quite the max. You know, looking at the lobster really closely, I can see why they stopped calling them lobster after NES, because it looks more scorpionish with a really wicked tongue. It doesn't really look like a lobster in the final concept art. Also, we got Dapper Octopus again, our other good delicious seafood choice. I would take octopus any day over the week over lobster. And definitely twice when I'm playing Final Fantasies. Do, I guess, 2 buffs, and you can Kiraga yourself. Excellent. Normally, Dan would not have taken nearly that much damage, but again, because of the differences in equipment, that was probably 160 more damage than I typically have to plan for. But now Dan's fine. Go ahead, Protera. Temper. Kraken 2 has spells. He's got Lit 2 as his attack spell. So basically, they don't give the fiends really good upgrades, except for like each one gets nice thing. So like Lich gets nuke, Carry gets fire 3, which is decent for an attack spell, but probably not gonna be too threatening to this point. Kraken just gets like way more physical offense. Let's get the Masmian. Well, that's not a pleasant fight. I guess Thundaga is my best choice. Everybody should have instant death resistance. We've got ribbons, and the fighter does have a proing, but Mind Blast does not have resistance. So you could still get paralyzed by a group like that. Oh, how could there be more of them? We've gotten 13 Mind Flayers in 2 battles. At least we do enough damage to one-shot the entire pack now. At least with the red mages. I don't think that Dan with the gauntlets would be enough. They have around 110 hit points, and they don't have any elemental weaknesses. So a little bit tough to do a lot of damage to them. Alright, we'll optimize you. The Sea Scorpion was 8 feet long. That is a big crustacean. Alright, and one last Fiend refight to go. Don't bane anybody through the ribbons. Nobody got baned. Good start. Most of the time you see Tiamat focus on skills rather than spells. So the skills are the ones that are the elemental attacks where she rotates through poison, fire, ice, and lightning. Is magic defense purely a function of level, or does equipment help? It is purely level and class. So your class is going to determine your starting magic defense, as well as the growth rate per level up for your magic defense score in the future. And for the remakes, they do have different values for pre and post class change. So since I do most of my grinding before class change, I actually have a little bit less magic defense than if I had done class change first and then gotten levels. Alright, there we go. Tiamat down. You know what? I think we're going to do it. We're going to go and do some bare knuckle brawling, where Chaos is going to be beaten with no weapons equipped. I probably should have the Aegis shield. Let's not take that one off. There goes the Masvune. The Mithril Hammer, we never found a better one. Never picked up the Thor Hammer, which looks really cool. That was back in Mirage Tower. Go ahead and put Chris in the front. Guess we can put Yui to slot too. Do we ribbon? Yeah, we gotta ribbon him. Okay, so we're gonna remove that. Chris, sad to say, your ribbon's needing to be passed down to Xanark here. And the trick with barehanding Chaos is that you have so many buffs you need to put on before you are like breaking even through his base armor. And you also need to buff your attack speed quite a lot as well, because your accuracy is not getting like 2 or 3 free hits from the quick weapon. So that's both going to contribute against you. So here we go. We do have a lot of MP recovers if we need them. I've got a Mega Elixir, I think 2 Mega Elixirs, an Elixir, and a Dry Ether. So I'm not really worried about running out of time in the fight. Or those giant statics. I don't think I've ever had this many items to deal with in the chaos battle. And look through them. There's the giant statics all the way at the top. I was guessing 5 to 5.5 hours as well, but we really crushed it. Like this, I think the early game went so well with the fangs that it saved having to do a whole lot of prep for Astos, and that just put me on a really good pace. You probably need a Kiraga here. You can Giant's Tonic yourself, you're gonna Healog again, you can Giant's Tonic Damp. I'm going to try to keep Chris alive. Earthquake is the first really tough thing to deal with. I do not have Null Death to block the element that it's associated with. Also, he's in the front, so he's going to take a lot of damage. Normally, I would not bother with the fourth character. I just go with a 3-character party. Fighter, white mage, and 1 red mage. And that way I can give a ribbon to everybody. Okay, a few Giant's Tonic there, Giant's Tonic there. We will slowly max out. Giant's Tonic. You're going to start doing your Giant's Gloves. We're going to need a ton of Giant's Glove buffs. This does a lot of damage to Chris because he doesn't have a ribbon. It's probably going to be like 350 damage. But this is why we want to stack a lot of HP on him. Why did Xanac take so much damage? I am curious. I'm gonna go ahead and Mega Elixir here. There's Mega Elixirs. You do have a ribbon on. Cass must have gotten a really lucky roll or something. Xanax should have fire resistance right now, so I was surprised to see him take so much damage. There we go. Slower on Crisp, perfect decoy. Go ahead and get everybody recovered. And now, you were going to start doing... Yeah, let's do double tempers for a while. We have the haste already on there. Actually, Chris might, for a little bit, be better put off to Proterra. Because the fight's going to go long, I want to guard against Chaos getting lots of damage from his physical attacks in. Once Chaos hastes, he is really dangerous. Like, he'll do 700-800 damage from his physical. So we definitely need to Proterra up. Takes a long time to stack Proterras against him. Right now, we're getting like... Each Proterra is like 16 reduction in terms of damage. After haste, it's 32 per Proterra. So it's a little bit more significant, but you still need a lot either way. There's 3. 4. That should be about a 20% reduction in damage on physicals now. Chaos is pretty well designed to be difficult to cheese. But if you're persistent and you've got the right collection of items and buffs, you can eventually get him into a pretty restricted set of abilities. I'm not going to try to mute him. It would be funny to mute Chaos here. I did that on NES Final Fantasy. But I don't think it's really necessary. Unless we've got like nothing to do for our red mages for a little while. What would I do if Chaos started stacking Proteus? Bane Sword. Bane Sword away. So Chaos has gotten through his non-elemental skills. The next one is Earthquake. That's the one that Chris really has to watch out for. Does Bane Sword really work? I think I've seen Bane through a ribbon, but I'm not like totally confident that they still have it. I mean, they wouldn't just block Bane Sword and not all other status effects as well. So that's the only reason I think that they might still have it. There's like a 1% chance of a wacky event occurring. It might be like only 156 or something in the remakes. I wish it's there. I'm gonna hope. Alright, Chris. Clutch it out. There we go. So now Chaos has to get through 4 more skills before Chris has to worry again. There's Cure 4. You don't really want to start attacking with bare hands before you see Cure 4. Hey, Highborn. Yeah, we're using a buff in battle that will temporarily increase your max HP, and it stacks. So I came in here with like maybe 400 max HP, and now we're pretty buff. That's also nice because that's one of the few buffs that does not get dispelled if you die. Okay, where is my speed drinks? Gotta have them somewhere in here. Why do we have so many items? I know the answer to that. Because we're not allowed to sell anything for this playthrough. There's speed drinks. So Chaos is 1 skill into his skill line again. So basically the very first skill, Blaze, that's elemental. So Chris will take double damage. Second and third are non-elemental, and those are better balanced for him. And the fourth one is the instant death one that we hope that is not going to work. Let's get attack and see how we're doing on damage here so far. So our fighter, well, everybody's barehanded, which is designed to make this battle more exciting. 22 hits is pretty good. Ooh, that's nice. All right, we're in good pace. We can make him faster. With enough speed drinks, we can get up to 32 hits. Only the black belt can do more than 32, because he gets a 2x multiplier after all other adjustments to his attacks per round. .26 hits. Case has got 20,000 hit points, so even with all these buffs, you can see it still takes multiple rounds of punches to kill him. Back to Yalaga. Alright, Chris, don't die. Chris made it. So that should be the last opportunity for Chaos to kill him off. He's unlikely to be able to get 4 skills in. Actually, you can do the math and say that KS is not going to survive 4 more rounds. We don't quite have max Protera because he's still doing respectable damage, but we've got enough that I think even if he was hasted, I wouldn't be too worried. I think he's got 2 more spells before haste. Back to the skills. The White Mage is really the critical figure here, just keeping the party alive. Hilaga is really the only spell in the game that will have any parity with what the late game bosses can do. There we go. 423. For a bare-knuckled, no equipment shopping, complete demolition of Chaos here tonight. That was a pretty good one. Hope you guys enjoyed this challenge run here tonight.